Alright, good afternoon everybody. Hope you guys will enjoy today's show. Make sure I got that turned the right way so you guys can hear me. Had to make a little sound adjustments here for myself. I finally found the Carhartt, Miss Carolina, by the way. Somehow I stuck it in the cold weather bag. Imagine that. So we got ATC rolling, we got 4K rolling. It's gonna be a good day. So happy Monday, everybody. For those of you working and those of you snowed in. As you can see, we still got a lot of piles of snow around. No significant snowfall on the ground, of course, today. Nice view of Delta. We'll have this marshalling shot for you guys. As Delta rolls in. So I got one glove on, one glove off, so I'm able to be able to give you guys flight information. That United that came in a moment ago, that was United 1365 coming in from Newark, New Jersey. Let's adjust some of the sounds here. Don't know if you guys will be able to hear ATC very well. It was loud in my ear earlier, so hopefully we got that straightened out for you. Turn it up a little bit. Delta rolled in a minute ago, a few minutes prior. The American Eagle Envoy 3792 off to DCA. So looking a lot busier than it did yesterday. A lot of extra flights today. No Lufthansa. I don't know if you guys saw our moderator's message there at the top of the show, but no Lufthansa. I don't know what the deal is. They are scheduled. It still says scheduled. It doesn't say canceled. But if you look on Flight Radar, I don't see them anywhere. So we'll just have to wait and see. Hopefully they don't switch runways. If they do, it's not that big of a deal. I kind of actually hope they do, because the departures will be even more fantastic. Got big old chunks of snow falling off the roof down here. Got one about to go right there. So the snow is melting. Hopefully it's melting towards Charlotte and Seymour Johnson. So Sam, I'm usually like today we're up on the parking garage. The what you call it is closed today, the observation deck. I drove by that way this morning on the way in, or a little while ago on the way in. The observation deck is closed if you're local, so the only real spotting option you have today is to come up to the parking garage. Still level 7 closed, so we're down here on 6. That's why I said if they switch directions, it might make things a little more difficult. I thought United was going to come around the corner, but I see the winglets. They're coming towards me here. They pulled up to the corner gate. Looks like we've got an American on the move, though. So again, today's going to be a little bit busier. It looks like we've got about 3-4 planes coming in. We've got Endeavor 5269 from DCA. I believe this one, Endeavor 5114 from Nashville, Tennessee. Envoy from DCA. And Delta 2164 from Detroit and A319, all arriving within the next 8 minutes or so. That's just from the Northwest at the moment. A couple coming up from the south as well. American 8 47 from Dallas Fort Worth. They got about 23 minutes left in their journey. Let's see if we can find Copa 466 from Panama City. They're 57 minutes out. 737-800 today. Where is Aeromexico? Aeromexico is down over Louisiana. They got about an hour and 20 minutes left in their journey. We got one of our flights that I announced just a second ago, right here, flying downwind. That is our Nashville flight. Very welcome, Christopher Brown. I know what it's like to be at work and not have anything to do or watch or listen to in the background. I listen to more books than I do anything else lately. I go through stages. I'll have my headphones on, I'll have on a show, a YouTube channel or something, and then other days I've got on a book. Anything to drown out the noise of the shop, if I'm honest. So that's an update on all of our internationals so far today. American 173, still about 5 hours out. That 777. So you know we were talking about Dulles and heading up to DC. So I was looking at how many flights DC had for today, and believe it or not, Dulles has the same amount of flights we have today, about 175 flights. So, again, like I told you guys, I'm monitoring all the airports that we were trying to go to, other than, of course, Seymour Johnson. There's really no way to monitor Seymour Johnson. But, again, we're monitoring all the airports that we're trying to get to this week. That one there off to Miami. American Airlines 2340 off to Miami. Gonna have our next arrival here in just a minute, as they're working on unloading bags and such from the Delta. Again, we're on the fives today, so no chance of seeing Terminal 1, unfortunately. Again, maybe they'll change runways, but even still, there won't be any chance. Had perfect opportunity down at the other end to be down there. Plenty of parking spaces. Everybody vacated the end down there. Unfortunately, though, the wind direction's not in our favor for us to have both sides. Again, 7 is still closed, so obviously we're down here on 6th. Hopefully in the coming days that will open back up. And yeah, Smiles, the memberships are random. Make sure you have your membership gifting turned on. So again, good afternoon, everybody. Looks like it's going to be a busy afternoon. Might try to stick around till sunset, around 6 p.m., close to. Run a nice 6-hour show today. Yesterday was fantastic. I want to thank you guys for tuning in and watching the show. The wind's definitely not in our favor for the long shots. Looks like they're over there working, though, as we can see. And for everybody getting off the runway, unless they go long, we may or may not see them coming off the runway. That Delta's about to head off there. So the wind's not very strong today either, 5 miles an hour, thank goodness, 5 knots. So we're not completely freezing to death. I got one glove on, one glove off, so I can still operate flight radar and the computer here. It's in your settings somewhere. If somebody, I can't exactly remember where it's at. I think if you're using an iPhone, you've got to use your computer. I don't think iPhones allow you to make those changes to those settings. So the construction update, they're working on expanding, obviously building a new runway. The current runway will then become a taxiway. They'll put on some new legs to the terminal here, Terminal 1 side, so hopefully we can get some more international flights and get some more flights in general. The airport, again, always expanding. So we're waiting on our next arrival, Endeavor 5114 from Nashville, Tennessee. Envoy from Nashville. Another CRJ. CRJ floating right on in. We've got a couple more to come here. Ooh, I hear an A220. We had one land just before we started the show. Next arrival is going to be that Envoy 4062 from DCA. Now see this CRJ doing us a favor, going long. Good shot of the CRJ pulling off the runway. Yeah, they're not working on Terminal 1 side, so only Terminal 2. I don't know what their plans are for Terminal 1 side. I don't know that there's much of a plan for that side, unfortunately. It's been a while since I've looked at the 2040 project plans. So a really nice shot of the CRJ coming back. We've got that Envoy from Nashville, or from DCA. The American Eagle E175. Another one going to float in here. It's going to hold that one long, it looked like. So that one will definitely go beyond. Be able to catch that one back taxing. We do have a Delta A220 ready to go, sitting out there toward the end of the runway. That one, I believe, headed back to Boston. We'll find out in just a minute.
4062, turn right at Bravo 5 or Bravo 6 and right at Bravo 5 or Bravo 6. we get Bravo 7 here?
Yeah, you know what, Pam? I honestly don't know. It's something about RDU. I really don't know. We don't have this. We don't have this issue with their audio anywhere else. Like we go to Dulles, their audio is clear. We go to Charlotte, audio is clear. Here, it just I don't understand it. I don't know what the deal is, and we're, you know, 300-400 yards, 500 yards from the tower. I mean, it's literally right there. So I don't know what the deal is, why it sounds so terrible here. But I've noted it before, and I don't know. Even when we used, and obviously we've used several different ways. We've used ATC Live, and we've used the radio, and both things sound exactly the same. So we've got Delta 2164 from Detroit, Michigan. This is A319 arrival. But yeah, it doesn't matter what we use, it all sounds the same. So I don't know if they use old telecommunications or what the deal is, but so the observation deck's closed because of the snow. I think the company that's handling all the snow removal for the parking lots and stuff, they told them not to worry about that, I believe. Just focus on main areas. Plus that observation deck is probably frozen solid, if I had to guess, with the snow on it. And not having the insulation underneath it. So it is probably all frozen over there. I wouldn't advise going up there, even if it was open, to be honest. Got the A220 up next.
Delta 2164, turn right at Bravo 6 and contact Bravo 6. We can take the flight over to ground. Delta 2164, Bravo 6 is a request. Roger, Bravo 6, Delta 2164.
Find out where this one's going here in just a moment.
3805, runway heading runway 596.
Yeah, so ATC, like I said, ATC around here sounds horrible. Again, no clue. Joshua, good afternoon. So we wait on this Delta A220 to get a move on there. Headed to Minneapolis. Delta 2519. Off to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Fred Baker, good afternoon. Tristan, good afternoon. Oh, yes, that's right. So, by the way, if you guys know, our buddy Pip is trying to make his way out here to RDU, by the way. So if you guys go over to his page and want to, I think he needs $173. I know he's going to be on later this week as well. He's still trying to raise some money to make his way out there. If you guys watch both shows, you know he's trying to make it out here. So if you go over to his page, throw him a little donation there so we can get him out here. I don't know if he's going to want to come out here. It's supposed to be really, really cold again, from what I keep seeing on the weather. I was watching more weather. They're talking about it's going to be really, really, really cold again for the middle of February. But yeah, if you guys go over there, show him some love, get him out here to RDU. We can throw together a show for you guys together. It'll be like he'll be on my show, then I'll hop on his show when I'm done, kind of thing, or vice versa. He can do the morning, I do the afternoon. It doesn't matter. We'll figure it all out. But we are trying to get him out here so he can be on the show. But it is going to be freezing that week. Hey, Barb, good morning to you. Hopefully that didn't stutter for you guys. I saw a little bit of a stutter on my playback. Hopefully you guys didn't have one. If it's stuttering, it's the computer. It's not the service. Our service is rolling on here. We've got 0 dropped frames. Service is running quite well, in fact. Quite pleased with our internet. Oops. Let me pull it up on the old cell phone here so I can monitor it there as well. Sometimes the computer does different things, and I don't know. Again, I'm watching it on the computer, so if it does stutter, it could be the computer if you guys see it at all. Kevin Kelly, what's up? So yeah, we're trying to get us a big super show going here in the coming weeks. Not next weekend, but the weekend after. Daytona 500 weekend. So more than likely, I would like to be on in the morning. We'll see how it goes, but I would like to be on in the morning and he can be on in the afternoon so I can watch the race while we're all hanging out here doing the show. Maybe we'll get Pip's show up in 4K too. You can use our internet as well. So, what do we got going on here? We've got a Delta that was headed one way. Okay, so that one's still headed that way. It looks like we had another one turn around and go the other way. Don't know what the deal was with that. But yeah, good afternoon, almost evening for you guys over there. There's our Delta 737. This one here off to Atlanta, 737-9. No, I'll be here. I'll be here. I'll be hanging out. We'll be chattering on the radio, but you know, my phone will be picked up and live. Even if I am live in the afternoon, I'll still be watching the race. I've done it before. Have the race going in the background. Not necessarily listening to it, but watching it. I don't know how we're gonna do this coming weekend with the Super Bowl coming up. Miss Carolina gifting out one Carolina Aviation membership. That going out to Kevin Kelly. So congratulations to Kevin Kelly. We're at 100 likes already, and we aren't even the first half hour of the show. So thank you guys for smashing the like button already. Got a nice long show here, so I set our like goal to 500. So again, if you guys weren't with us yesterday, we're going to be on all week this week. Every day, every other day, maybe, depending on where we decide to go and how long it takes us to travel. So Miss Carolina and I have been sitting down trying to figure out the best days to go to the airport, what airport to go to, and stuff like that. So we're gonna try to go places. We talked about it yesterday. Charlotte, I don't know, Charlotte and DC, they're gonna be a far stretch. Yeah, we got some snow here, Fadia. Yesterday we were here directly after the snow. It's not as much as Charlotte got, unfortunately. Charlotte got, you know, a foot of snow. We got 2 inches, 3 inches. It's already melted, most of it, unless it's piled up. The like record is 770. No. Sorry, 1100. That is our like record, is 1,100. Again, we're still trying to. We started the show. Let's go to. Hold on, just to give you guys an update. I like to keep you guys informed. We started the day with 8235. We're up to 8244. Almost 10 subscribers already this morning or this afternoon. Thank you guys. And yesterday's show, we reached 9,800 views, 500 likes on yesterday's show even. So thank you guys there for smashing the like button there as well. Yesterday was a good show. First time doing a show with snow in the background from any airport for me. So a very good show. Was surprised about yesterday. Again, thank you guys once again. So hopefully at some point this week we can beat some records. We'll see. I feel like Seymour Johnson will get us some records. This one's our Miami flight. The 737 from Miami. Delta gonna move. There they go. Got a pair of Deltas, an A320 and the 737. The 737 back to Atlanta. Nope, that one was from DFW, excuse me. American 847 from Dallas Fort Worth. 2 hours, 13 minutes from DFW. Yeah, Ryan, so we're going to be on all week this week. I took some time off. I was actually supposed to be in Orlando, but we decided to do other things to secure our future for the show. So again, this one back to Atlanta. So we'll be here again tomorrow, or we'll be on the air tomorrow. I don't know where from just yet, but we'll be on the air again tomorrow. A320's already lined up, ready to go. Our 737-9 is going to go a long way down before they lift off. So tomorrow we'll probably be on around noon again, depending on where we go. If we decide to go somewhere, just make sure your notifications are set to all. Tonight I'll set up the show. Miss Carolina and I can figure out where and what we're doing. She's actually home today, so she could be working on that if she wanted to. She could force me into going somewhere for tomorrow. Got the nice long departure shots today. This A320 on the move already. We got a CRJ starting up below us. That's what you guys are hearing right now. Got my glove on today on my left hand, so zooming when they're on that side is a little bit harder. I'm not used to wearing gloves. This side a whole lot smoother. No glove on the right hand. Yep, we're in Raleigh today. Yeah, I figure with everybody going back to school and going back to work this week, we weren't real sure how doing weekday shows go. Normally weekday shows aren't very good. Today's numbers will probably reflect that, but we'll see. We'll see. There's always a chance that, you know, we gain new subscribers when we do shows on the weekdays. So that's one thing I've been thinking about is trying to make it out to DCA. I need to find out if Gravelry Point is open. If it is, we'll try to get out there. Because if we go to DC, and DC is, again, I was looking at Big DC Airport, and they only had about 175 flights today. I assume a lot of cancellations. Again, we don't have Lufthansa today for whatever reason. So I don't know if they had a lot of cancellations or what, but a lot of issues up there. So DCA would probably be the only reason to go to DC at this point. And again, with Charlotte being under a foot of snow, that's another one that we gotta consider. Because the only place to really spot in Charlotte is the observation deck or the 7th floor of the parking garage, and I feel like the 7th floor, just like here, the parking garage is going to be closed. So this is Southwest 611 coming in from Nashville, Tennessee, as our CRJ finally cruises on out. Making all that fuss. Really hope that we can get Southwest on this side. I'm excited to see Southwest in 4K. I mentioned that yesterday. Miles, sadly, no. I was looking at other airports too, like Richmond, places like that, and Richmond only had 49 flights for today. Greensboro only has about 50-ish, I think. So they're not really in the running, unfortunately. You know what I would like to do, though? I would like to take a Thursday before a race weekend and go down to like Concord and do all the exec jets, all the NASCAR team exec jets departing Concord one day. I've talked about that here on the show before. I'd really like to go to Daytona at some point and do that. I think that would be kind of cool for like the 500 or the Pepsi 400. If we go down there for the race ever, you could get them coming in days before. But I think that would be kind of cool. Mix some racing in with some aviation. Five right. Dang it. Yeah, so Charlotte's open. They got a lot of traffic today. 670 some odd flights today for Charlotte. Again, for us in the show, I think tomorrow, what is today? Yes, tomorrow I think the Overlook was closed until tomorrow. John Driscoll, good afternoon. So another one for 5 right. All right, so let's check on some of our internationals here. Copa Airlines getting close. Copa in about 30 minutes. Again, no Lufthansa, sadly. I was really hoping to see the Dreamliner today. A lot of flights coming later in the day. Thank goodness. Charlotte. Speaking of Charlotte, we got American Airlines 2688 coming in from Charlotte. That one arriving in just a few minutes, about 10 minutes or so. I really wish I would have been on the 2-3s today so we could have had some more action both sides of the airport, but unfortunately the weather not in our, the wind's not in our favor. Yeah, some training flights, that would be cool. The RDU spotter official, good afternoon. So a couple minutes here before our next arrival on our side. Yesterday was interesting. We had one arrival for us all day. Tons of people watching the show though. We got to watch the snow removal for the first time. First time I've ever seen it going on out here. So yesterday's show being really good. Is that better? I don't know. That looks funny. When on my way here, I was turning into the airport down at Lumley Road down there, and Delta taking off. Pretty low and pretty close. I was like, man, that's a nice shot. I wish there was a place at the end of the runway where you could set up and do shows and be able to see the runway, but there's nowhere to set up down there. They've closed off all of that property down there. You can't sit near the end anymore, unfortunately. Southwest touching down. This CRJ right here is Endeavor 5226. No destination at the moment. Still saying NA. So Charlotte arrival in A321 in just 8 minutes now. Do I hear someone blow? Oh, it's blowing the horn? No. But I know you're supposed to be up here today, right? What time are you supposed to be here? What time are you leaving? Around 4:30? Or are you leaving this morning? You shouldn't, I don't know if you're working today either, are you? Train station. You're gonna be driving your truck. Gonna have the air horn. I did hear an air horn yesterday. That was funny, and I was like, wait, is that him? And I was like, wait, no, today's not Monday. Today's oh, so you don't board until 4 o'clock, and you're here early. Oh yeah, it's 12:30-ish. So yeah, we'll so you'll be leaving around 4:30-ish. So yeah, you'll be watching the show. If you're watching the show on the plane, you'll see yourself leaving. Forgot about, I thought it was tomorrow that you were leaving. Oh, John's dropping you off today. Okay. So that's CRJ moving forward, but nothing, still no information on it. Again, we're still waiting on that Charlotte arrival. Christopher Brown, thanks for the stream today. Keeps my sanity as I work on waiters. Waiter traveler. If you know, you know, LOL. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Oh yeah, I definitely know all about some waiters. Not today, thankfully. Not today. No waiters for me. And it feels good not to have to worry about waiters. So Copa now 22 minutes away. Let's check on Aeromexico from Mexico City. They look like they're over Atlanta at the moment. They are. They're flying right over Atlanta. So they got about 44 minutes left in their journey. Now I don't think it departed yet, because it was still at the gate when I got here and I wasn't paying attention to departures. But I think Aeromexico in that MAX 8 is still here to go back to Cancun. So we'll have that departure sometime later. As a matter of fact, let me take a look at flight radar here and see about the departure of Aeromexico to Cancun. I think that flight was supposed to leave around noon or this morning. Oh no, here we go. Nope. If you look at flight radar, there's two Aeromexicos on there. Aeromexico 431, 5D 431, whatever that means. So two of those. Copa Airlines to depart at 3:30. Lufthansa, I don't understand. It still says Lufthansa estimate at 4:26 a departure. But there's no, I don't know. Does anybody know anything about Lufthansa? Know what the issue might be? Aeromexico to Cancun, it says. Oh, there it is. Just talking about it, and there it is. Getting ready to pull out now. 171 likes, thank you. We're waiting on that Charlotte flight. We should see that Aeromexico MAX in just a minute. I didn't see it push back. That's why I was asking, why I was wondering about that flight. I do use flight radar, and again, flight radar, I don't know what the issue is with it. Again, I don't know if Lufthansa's coming or not. It still has an estimated arrival time and departure time, but I don't see it, so I don't think it's coming. They've been a little on the late side lately. So, American A321 from Charlotte. Looking arrival. You can see they're just above the plane. They've been working on cutting down some trees recently, looks like. Moving further on with the clearing of the woods over there. You can see they've moved a lot of equipment down that way. Again, they're working on the drainage right now of the new runway and everything. So, pretty soon they'll have all of those trees cut from over there, and we'll get everything worked out. Get all the land cleared. They've got some pretty big holes dug over here for drainage. I don't know if they're going to drain it off into the reservoir over there. I would assume they might. So all of the, if you guys are new to the channel and new to the show, all the stuff in the background is for the new runway. Coming probably, I think they said 2028, 2029. They should be done with it. Yeah, we haven't seen Lufthansa in a couple of weeks. I didn't see it Saturday, and I don't see it today on there. Yeah, we're hovering about 6 degrees above freezing. So fairly chilly afternoon. Definitely warmer than it was yesterday. Nowhere near as cold as it was yesterday. Where is Aeromexico? So they are on flight radar. So let's go back this way for a minute. We've got the pushback of an American Eagle E175. So, well, Aeromexico's gone off of flight radar. They may have moved it, have been moving it to another gate so they can load and get out of here. We'll see. Either way, we're going to see that MAX 8 today, hopefully. Houston leading in just a few minutes. So we got a viewer, a member on United 6296 from Houston. In just a minute. Where is that flight? Copa looks like they're going to be our next arrival in a little bit. See that? I don't. Oh, leaving to go to Houston in just a minute. I'm sitting here looking at flight radar, looking at arrivals. So you'll be leaving out to Houston in just a few minutes. So you'll be able to watch as you push back. I assume that's going to be on that one on the corner over there of Terminal 2. So Lufthansa's scheduled arrival time was like 1:45, but again, I don't see it. That's JetBlue, JetBlue 2283, an A220. Another A220. Hey, we've got Air Canada coming in from Toronto a little later. So after Copa, we've got several on the way in. I know, we've been talking about the ATC. It always sounds so bad at RDU. I don't know why. There's no changes I can make to the radio or anything to upgrade the frequency. And like I said, we've used ATC Live before. I stopped using it because it's not very loud on this new cell phone that I have, and I use it via Bluetooth on the soundboard that I have, and it's just, I don't know, it sounds the same way even being streamed through ATC Live. And there's a little bit of a delay, right? Anytime we go to any other airport, I can use ATC Live and it all sounds perfect. I don't get it. I don't understand the deal with ATC and why it sounds so crappy here. That CRJ is just slowly creeping out to the end of the runway here. They're holding short, and there's no reason for them to, other than, you know, whatever's going on. There they go, finally. Endeavor finally cleared. So the little CRJ can roll out. Okay, so it is showing canceled on your end. See, on flight radar, it's not showing canceled. So I kind of figured it was, since I don't see it anywhere. I was really hoping to see that Dreamliner today too. Dang it. I'm a sucker for the Dreamliner. So the CRJ here is sitting about 20 minutes. Nice departure for that one. For the Delta, let's find out where they're headed. Endeavor still says 5273, still says unavailable. Okay, so now it's showing both of them as canceled. I almost thought about getting one of the ones like you get at home and plug in at home for ATC. Yeah, I don't think none of the RDU feeds are well located. They need to do something about that, honestly. What are we doing down here with Delta while we wait? Loading up a bag or two. Again, we're waiting on Copa. That one, Endeavor 5273, that CRJ off to Newark, New Jersey. Copa now 4 minutes out, 737-800 today, no max for them. They flew the max yesterday. I did see we had another Air Canada. It was out at the hard stand on my way in. There's also that JetBlue that was out there yesterday as well, still sitting out there in the new livery for JetBlue. Welcome in, you guys. Thank you guys for joining in on the chat. Appreciate y'all. America 2688 still up on radar. I think they moved Aeromexico from the international gate over to the other side, because we do have Aeromexico coming in 40 minutes or so, 30 minutes ish for Mexico City, and they were sitting on the gate that one needs. So if that one was delayed, and obviously it is, it was supposed to leave out earlier this morning, but we'll be able to see that max 8 here in a little bit. Copa 466 cleared to land. I do wish there was a way to make this better, but I really don't know. Nothing I can do about it. We had the same issue with the other radio. I bought the same radio that we had before. And if you guys are new to the channel and you don't know the story, well, the other radio I had, well, it kind of jumped off the building. It fell to its death, sadly. It fell off the parking garage and right into the road. And it took us forever to get another radio, because we were using ATC Live, and then all of a sudden it quit working for us altogether. So that American Eagle will pop out in just a moment, the one we saw push back a few minutes ago, as we wait for Copa. Copa about to cross the toll portion of 540. We did have America's Green airline here for Frontier this morning. They departed right before we got on the air, unfortunately. Maybe that one will come back later, we'll see. Yeah, falling seven stories down, I don't think too many things would have survived that type of fall. So there's the American Eagle we were looking at. Read a quick text here before we're having issues with our water at home. So I don't know if things froze or if our water company has issues or what's going on. They haven't sent us any kind of message or anything, so I don't know what the deal is. No, so we're not using live ATC anymore. We used to, but it's always down for RDU. I can't ever get it to pick up. So we bought another ATC radio. So we've been using that for the last little while. Again, it's a good radio. It works everywhere. It just, I don't know. Their systems here at the airport are, I guess, old. Yeah, Miss Carolina's always lurking. She's working around the house today since she had a day off. She's off all week this week too, so trying to get her to go with us to do things over the week. Hey, Jackie. So here we go, Copa from Panama. 3 hours, 50 minutes of flight time for the 800 here. No max for them today. Stick with Copa. So I've got a unit in. The technology is really, really old, by the way. It still uses a USB. I don't know, one of the very first USBs, the big fat one like you had with the Motorola Razr, if you guys remember that. So yeah, the radio is really old technology. I don't know that they've really changed that much over the years, but I swear that I feel like this radio is from like 2008. So here's Copa. 3 hours, 51 minutes total time for the 737. Yeah, Aviation Cat, I'm kind of worried. I want to go down to Seymour Johnson this week, but I'm worried about the snow down there and whether or not they're actually flying or not this week. This weather really threw a huge wrench into my time off. So at least Raleigh didn't get hit hard, I guess. Everywhere else in the state of North Carolina got dumped on, but us. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. I kind of figured that Seymour Johnson would be buried in snow and they wouldn't be flying because they wouldn't have any of the equipment necessary to clear the runways and stuff. So again, I really don't know what we're gonna do this week. Is this our United off to Houston? If so, we've got a viewer on board this one. I'll make sure we get it just in case this is the one off to Houston. It's not up on my radar currently, so I don't exactly know if it is or not. Oops. Trying to check flight radar here. That one is the one off to Houston, so I think that's our viewer there. Got a couple of arrivals coming. We got this, finally, this A319, A320 pushing back. Ash 6296 off to Houston. Safe travels to our viewer on board that E175. Got to get to our next arrival here. We've got Endeavor 5199 coming in from LaGuardia, New York. CRJ 900LR. It's going to be followed by Delta 9968 from Atlanta, 737-800. Not something we normally say for Delta. Most of the time they're flying the 9s. So this one from LaGuardia. See if we get a smoky start out of the A320. Aeromexico. Oh, that sounds miserable. Heat for 2 hours all the way out to Houston. So there's the MAX 8 for Aeromexico. That flight delayed. So we'll see that one again in a minute. We need to switch around here. We've got Delta from Atlanta on final.
5 right, line up and wait, exit.
So again, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you guys for tuning in on a Monday. Again, like I said, we'll be at this all week. Not sure where. So again, I don't know if Seymour Johnson might be off the table. Given all the snow that they got out there, all this, the weather really put a damper on everything.
42, fly runway, heading runway 5 right, clear takeoff.
So we'll see.
Loxy 6431, wind 2503, runway 5 right, dead left.
There we go. Nice smoky start for the Max 8. Lots of smoke for that startup. Dang, I don't think I've ever seen one smoke that long before. Oh, is that a little flame popping out there? The Max, that engine struggling to start looked like. Very smoky start for Max, for the Aeromexico Max.
742, contact pleasure.
So we'll get back to Aeromexico in a minute. We've got a Delta coming around the corner. If I could get the camera correct. Blast all these trees. Got the marshalling shot for you guys. Coming up. Where's he at? Yeah, and I'm sure Aeromexico, I think they've been sitting there since sometime last night too, so definitely a very cold start for them. Possibly. I don't know what time they came in. Maybe it was early this morning. Got the departure of the A320 for Delta. What are they doing over here? So they got all the cargo handlers and stuff for our heavies sitting out here. Yeah, the winds are calm today, thank goodness, because it's cold. If it were really windy out here, I don't know what I'd be doing right now.
Southwest 32, turn left off 5, contact ground point 9.
So not sure what they're doing with the cargo handlers. Again, no Lufthansa today. That Dreamliner canceled. All right, next arrival looks like it's going to be JetBlue 2283 coming in from Boston, Massachusetts, an A220-300. Should be a nice arrival. Thank you, Fred. Glad you liked the picture quality. Glad we were able to upgrade our systems to 4K, all thanks to the internet. We made that significant change to the internet, allowing us to be able to run 4K. Yeah, I'd like to ride on an A220. I was supposed to again this week, but again we decided to make a big investment instead of heading to Orlando. Trying to invest in the future of the show. I'm really happy that we're able to stream in 4K. Ping someone else on a flight today headed in from Charlotte, American Airlines 1897. They're getting ready to leave from Charlotte. That departure, Envoy 3612 headed to Chicago. So we'll be on the lookout for that arrival. A lot of folks on planes today. A lot of our viewers flights. So American 1897, let's see. They are taxiing, or getting ready to start taxiing there in Charlotte. Looks like they're getting ready to push back from the gate. We've got Envoy 3686 coming in from Chicago. So one to Chicago, one in from Chicago. Aeromexico getting ready to come out here in a moment. Oh, Aeromexico held up again. Not sure by what. Will we have that A220 over here? I doubt it. I think they're going to go to the front side of Terminal 2. Unfortunately. There's Aeromexico. Yeah, no de-icing today. I think JetBlue went down, turned around, and came back. They're headed back the other direction now. I thought maybe they were going to come in or come around maybe to this side, but it looks like they're going to stick to the front side of Terminal 2. Looks like another Delta pushback over on the other side as well as we await Aeromexico's departure. 232 likes. Thank you guys for smashing the like button. We're an hour and a half into today's show. So thank you guys for smashing that. Trying to get to 500 likes today. We're almost halfway there. Gonna have a long day. I'll be out here till about 5:30, 6 o'clock, thereabouts. Try to be anyway. Depends on how cold it gets between now and then. So a turn and burn here for the MAX, back to Cancun. So still a lot of delays there in Charlotte. Ping saying he was supposed to leave at 12:10 this afternoon. It's already 1:25. Well, at least it's not a long flight. About 30 minutes. So Aeromexico off to Cancun. Our next arrival already on final. Speaking of Aeromexico, looks like they might be our next arrival. This one, again, Envoy 3686 coming in from Chicago O'Hare. You know, we had that one depart for Chicago, this one in from Chicago.
3686, turn right and
American 777 landing at around 5:06. Dang. All kinds of delays and issues down there in Charlotte still, I guess. So it looks like Aeromexico is going to be our next arrival. That one from Mexico City, an E190. Good evening, Super Cooper. Over in England. Yeah, I'm sure Charlotte had tons and tons of issues. Man, this dude right here, he's in a hurry, no? I wonder if he was delayed for any kind of reason. Looks like we've got the Delta's going to be an A220. Sounds like. So the Delta over there, I think that one's going back to Boston or JFK, one of the two. That one right there, lurking. Brian Lloyd, good afternoon to you. Hope you're staying warm up there in Richmond. We've got a United pushback. This is that 737-700, I think. Yeah, the 700 we saw land earlier in the show. I think this is the one we started the show with. And they're using the breast cancer awareness pushback tug for United. Beautiful pink pushback tug. I always like to be able to feature this one anytime we see it. And I like to put focus on this tug. Yeah, it's currently about 36 degrees here, so it's still cold. What does the METAR say? The METAR says it's 37. There's no wind direction on it for whatever reason. But the METAR is saying it's 37. My computer says it's 36. So who knows? It's like one of those CRJs that were sitting in line is ready to go. Got the Delta A220 followed by another one. Don't know who that is behind it. Find out in a minute. And of course, we've got United coming off. There's the A220 we've been waiting for. Yeah, and like I said earlier in the show, doesn't look like the cold weather's over. I was looking at other reports this morning. They're talking about it being nasty for the middle of the month of February. Another really cold snap coming in. This should be Aeromexico from Mexico City. The E190. A little bumpy for an arrival. Gonna be a nice touchdown regardless. A little bumpy though upon coming in final. Snag Aeromexico. Yeah, not something I'd want to be doing. Coming from a nice warm Mexico to a frigid Raleigh, snow on the ground. Ugh. Yeah, I saw that the groundhog saw a shadow this morning. So 6 more weeks of winter. Dude, the memes about that this morning were so funny. There was a couple that were like, if he sees his shadow, he's going in my air fryer, and this, that, and the other. Just a bunch of different funny memes on the internet about that as well. It's been a great weekend for memes, especially if you live in the Triangle and you're on social media. It's been a great weekend for memes this weekend. From people mad about not getting any snow here to the groundhog seeing his shadow. Just a lot of funny things happening on social media the past few days. And again, like I said yesterday, I wasn't too thrilled that we didn't get a lot of snow, to be honest. So it came from Mexico City. The other Aeromexico flew back to Cancun at 737 MAX 8 left about 10 minutes or so ago. We've got the A220 up next for Delta Airlines. Daniel, good afternoon. Again, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a Monday show. Again, we're going to be on all week this week. Yeah, that's something I've said for a while, right? So they got the MAX 8 to Cancun, but we only got the E190 from Mexico City. I don't much understand that, but that's okay. Must not be that big of a demand for Mexico City. Delta 1033 off to Boston. That was that A220. This one right here, not up on flight radar yet. We'll get you that information after they depart. Yeah, I'd rather be in Mexico City. 64 degrees, absolutely. I have to admit, though, I've been able to handle the cold weather a lot better than we have in the past for our second season. That's kind of what I was thinking, that there's more of a demand for it, being that it is more of a tourist destination. And of course, we've gotten Delta and United, or Delta and American also flying to Cancun as of right now. Uh-oh, this one not on flight radar. Let's see this one anyway. Maybe this is that one. Public Airways 4560 coming in from New York, from LaGuardia. Hey, we're halfway to our light goal. Thank you guys. An hour and a half into our show, so thank you. Keep the likes coming. Got a goal of 500 today. Got a couple of 737s over here. One from American and the other from United. Man, why couldn't we be on the other runways today?
560, either right side of 5 or 6, contact down 1 So 5 ground, be careful, 4560.
Connie, good afternoon.
RT 135, Raleigh, Tower, runway 58, clear 1. Runway 5 right, 35 shot, golf.
That envoy come in a little weird. Came across in front of the airport there to the north.
American 884, flight 035, runway 5 left, for takeoff.
American 884 off to Dallas Fort Worth. This 737-800.
And United 1920, just hold position there because that Endeavor regional jet off your left side has the earlier time. He's going to be turning in, turning in. American 884, turn left heading 035. 035,
Hey, Eddie. So this one will make the 2-hour trek out to Dallas. Sounds like we got Air Canada from Toronto up next. Jazz 836 coming from Toronto. They've been cleared to land. CRJ 900LR for Air Canada. We've got United 1357 coming in from Washington Dulles here shortly. So the CRJ is going to go finally. They've been sitting out here for about 20-30 minutes or so. That one off to LaGuardia. Endeavor 5274. Got our next arrival. Air Canada from Toronto. Another CRJ 900. Speaking of Air Canada, so the Canada twins are hanging out. One in, one out. So wait, whoops. So, oh, there we go. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. So we use a unit in for our ATC. I use an actual radio out here. We've got Delta 2026 coming in from Atlanta, 737-900. Oh, yeah. You know what? I've been worried about falling and busting my behind with all this ice around. Because I didn't get out and shovel anything. I didn't do any of that type of stuff.
Runway, correction, heading 035, runway 5 left, push takeoff. 6035, 5 left, super takeoff, Jazz. Then 2408.
There we go. All right, so Air Canada on the move. Canada lifting off early. Got Delta 2026 on final at 737-9 from Atlanta. Yeah, I'm kind of standing on a sheet of ice myself, doing the show. Yesterday it was snow. Today it's ice. I didn't park in the same spot. Somebody took my spot from yesterday. smooth arrival for Delta. I wasn't very smooth on the delivery of that shot, though. You know, Virtual, I've said that several times. I need the Jaws theme music when they're behind the buildings. Like sharks circling in the water. Oh, nice, Anthony. Hopefully we'll be here for that departure. Jazz 674 off to Montreal was the Air Canada departure. United on the move. Good sound and departure for the 737-700. Speaking of United from Dulles at A319. We'll head back out here to our 737-900 from Atlanta. We'll get the back taxi of United as well. Speaking of United 1920 off to Chicago, that's 737-700.
United 1357 right, turn out your discretion, contact 910. Okay, right on Bravo 6, ground, went off, United 20 or 1357.
So the observation deck is obsolete, in my opinion. I love the observation deck, don't get me wrong, but with the building in the way, it makes it a little more difficult. I'm hoping that they'll move it eventually. But as of right now, we're on top of the parking garage. Well, we're on the 6th floor. We can't be up on the 7th. The 7th is closed. But I kind of wish I was up on the 7th so I could get some sunshine and some warmth. But I'm stuck down here on the 6th floor. Not a big deal, though. Most of the, well, as you guys can see, there's no snow really in the background, and most of the snow in my back and front yard have melted, unless it was in a pile. Not terribly cold. My nose is running though. But that lately, I don't know if I'm allergic to the cat or what it is, but here lately my nose seems to be running all the time, and I'm not sick. I have no cough, no cold symptoms, nothing. But this cold weather out here really makes my nose kind of run. See some of the traffic. Traffic's been flowing nicely so far today as well. Everybody getting dropped off and doing things. The only plane I've got right now is the Delta right here. So while we're waiting, let's check on flight radar. We've got, looks like we're going to hit our afternoon lull here. Ping still has yet to leave Charlotte. American 1897 still on the ground in Charlotte. Looks like they just moved to a different gate. Oh man, I hope he's not going to be canceled once again. I know I need a handkerchief, is what I need. So if Ping is still watching, what's the word in Charlotte? Because it looks like you've just moved gates. You started to go out and then you turned around, went right back in and went into a different gate. So interesting that they did that. I was looking at them on flight radar. Hopefully that flight doesn't get canceled again. They said that their flight was canceled yesterday. So sounds like no fun. Again, we're going to hit a little bit of a lull here for a few minutes. Oh, got a helicopter somewhere flying over. Dang, I thought United was going to come around the corner here, but they did not. We don't have any snow machines to watch today either, like we did yesterday. So it looks like our next arrival is going to be Endeavor 5028 from JFK, arriving in about 6 minutes. Let's give you an update on the American 777. American 173 Heavy, still 3 hours, 8 minutes away. Dang, we got a Spirit Airlines from Fort Lauderdale. Unfortunately, we won't see it unless they come in at 5 left. There are a ton of planes headed from the Chicago area. This one here from Denver. Delta from Indianapolis, getting ready to depart. United from Chicago. So again, a few minutes here before we get our next arrival. I really wish that we had both sides, but that was not in the cards today, unfortunately. Has to do code planes to gates in some locations and didn't plan out ahead. Okay. Good question. So over here, the only place that we're having issues with them towing to the gate that I know of is over here in this location. So planes will pull up right in this area, they'll hook to them and tow them into the gates. And that is because of, you kind of see the fence right there, there's construction right there. So they don't want those planes taxiing all the way in due to that construction, as well as there used to be, I don't know if we can see it from here or not. Right in this area used to be the starting line. So they would pull them out and they would start engines right about where the top of that gray lamp post is. Now they've moved that starting line over here. So now they have to go all the way around the corner to be able to start engines so they don't damage any of the construction equipment or any of the items in the construction area. So that's one reason for that, especially right there. Plus, generally they tow them to like hard stands and stuff back and forth. Fuel savings, cost savings, whatever that may be, to tow them back and forth from hard stands or whatnot. Oh, looks like we're going to get some baggage loading up action here. Again, we got another CRJ coming around on final. Again, we're in a little bit of a lull here for a few minutes. Make sure you guys smash the like button if you haven't already. We're over halfway to our like goal so far. 500 likes is our goal today. That'll probably be our goal set for the week, 500. Yesterday's show reaching 500 even after the show ended yesterday. Fadia, welcome back. So yeah, they don't want, you know, they took out 2 gates that were over there. They took out 8 and 10. And unfortunately, I wasn't here, but I got a report from a friend of ours that works here where they pushed 1 out of 8, I think, and pushed it into the building. So they had like, I would assume like generators or compressors or something, but there were big vents on the side of the building. And they pushed one of the American Eagles back into those grates, and you could see where they dented it. No damage to the plane, I don't think. We've had several incidences here in the last couple of years. Air France with their first not their inaugural arrival. I think it was their second time here. They took out the light pole. Then we had the Southwest Avello incident. Nobody was on board either one of those. That was a ground crew error. And then, of course, that incident. All minor things over the course of the past 2 years. Big snow falling. I don't know if you guys saw that there at the top of the screen, but big chunks of snow falling off the building. So like this 737 sitting over here, we've got an American A321 headed to Charlotte. But like this 737 right here, if they decide to use it at some point today, they'll pull that one off the hard stand more than likely and pull it to a gate to be used later this afternoon. If they use it today, it may be tomorrow before this one goes anywhere. Again, we've got that JetBlue A320 sitting down on the hard stand in front of, in front of the observation deck down there. It was here yesterday. Can't see the tail today for our location. We saw it yesterday though. One of the new livery A320s for JetBlue. We've got that A321 for American. This one going to go to Charlotte. Now, when you were talking summertime, if you were here for the summer, they would push back the American 777 off of its gate over on the other side, and then they would taxi it as opposed to pulling it because it takes too long to pull it from one end to the other. They would taxi the American 777 over here to the D gate to be loaded so that Air France could have the gate that they came in on, the American came in on. I don't know if we'll see that this year or not. Hopefully not. We won't see too much of them doing that, but we'll find out. Once the time changes, the American 777 will start coming in at 1 p.m. again. So we'll see how that goes. So American 2688, I do believe this is headed to Charlotte. We've already had our Dallas flight, and we had American. Yeah, so that's, so Ping, I saw that you guys went to a different gate. I was wondering what was happening. I was waiting for you to come back into the chat and let us know what was going on there. But I was following you on flight radar, and I saw that it went out, turned around, came right back.
American 2688, Charlotte heading 035, runway 5 left, let's go call.
figure out where this one's headed in a minute. Well, that's good to hear. He was able to walk off the plane. You know, I would love to go to general aviation, but I guarantee you because they still have the balcony out there, but I don't know that you can, if the balcony's public anymore. It didn't used to be. I don't know if they've gone back to it being public or not. But anyway, I feel like people have asked about like Charlotte and going over to their general aviation ramp, and they tell them no, because of the privacy of the folks that fly in and out of the airport. But you used to be able to go up to the general Ave side. They've got that balcony inside whatever company runs that now. But it's always been closed since I've moved here, so I've never attempted to go over there and try or ask. But it would be a really good idea. I would love to go over there and be able to do a show from that side, but because you'd be right close to the touchdown section, for especially if they were on the 2-3s that day, would be a perfect location for arrivals. American Airlines 2688, that is headed off to Charlotte, that A321. Have one pushing back and starting over on the other side. We got a few more minutes here before we get busy again. Looks like our next arrival is going to be Endeavor 4703 from Austin. They're arriving in 18 minutes. We've got Frontier. Oh my goodness, where's Molly? Molly's not here. But her favorite's coming in today, Ward the Beaver. Frontier 3330 from Dallas Fort Worth. It's going to be Ward the Beaver livery today. It's been a long time since we've seen Ward. Always a pleasure to see Ward. Oh, they're done loading baggage on this one. We should see this one push back here in just a minute. And there goes the jetway being pulled away. Weird flight path for that flight to Chicago. They flew like they were going towards Charlotte, and then they made the turn to the north, just north of Charlotte. So an interesting flight path for them. Yeah, so a lot of times when you try to get close to general aviation stuff, they're like, no, because of the fact that people are trying to protect their privacy and this, that, and the other. And of course, we see a lot of interesting planes over there. We've seen the WWE plane. We've seen, Martin Truex's airplane land over there. We've seen, Lord only knows what all we've seen. We've seen so many exec jets over there, carrying all kinds of high-profile folks. And of course all the sports teams and everything that come over to the GA ramp and offload over there. So we got this Delta CRJ waiting for the other one here to get out of the way. What's up, Will? Hope you're enjoying this out of school day, staying nice and warm. So they'll remove the wheel chocks from this one. And we'll get ready for that pushback and startup. So to the north, in about 21 minutes, we've got Republic Airways 5818 from LaGuardia. I'm just checking over some of the closer flights. Again, like I said, about our mid-afternoon lull here. We'll get busy again soon, hopefully. As I try to stand up straight. Again, I'm standing on some ice. There's a lot of grip in it right now. Hopefully it doesn't lose grip. It definitely ain't melting, that's for sure, because it's 36 degrees out here. So it's definitely not melting. Good afternoon. I want to say Sonia. I'm horrible with names, by the way. All right, so wheel chocks moved, wing walkers waiting. And another CRJ waiting for this gate. Got some big chunks of snow hanging off the side of the building. Look like they're teetering right on the edge of falling off. There we go, finally on the move for the CRJ. I always find it fascinating to watch the pushback tugs do their work. No, I think my hand warmers died, unfortunately, but I do have one glove on, one glove off. It's so I can operate flight radar and the chat when you guys send in some things to get you guys up on the chat. But I do have one glove on, one glove off for that. And I found my my Carhartt beanie finally. It was in my cold weather bag. Imagine that. I thought it was in my car, but it wasn't. It was in my cold weather bag. I don't remember putting it in there. That's the problem. But something's wrong with the electric hand warmers that I have. It's not too bad today, to be honest. I got the wool socks on. I am doubled up with everything. 2 big thick jackets, the fleece-lined Wranglers, and the big thick double-lined snow pants. You think you will be... I don't know. CRJs, we've all got tons of them.
I'm not setting 035 on that time, let's go take off on way 43. Yeah, 220.
Got a departure, Envoy. The only thing I think I could say that I wish I would have done was put on an extra pair of socks. My feet aren't cold, but they're not warm either, if that makes sense. Like, I'm not in pain because they're cold, and I'm not really uncomfortable because they're cold, but I definitely know they're cold. So the departure for Envoy, as we get that CRJ firing up below us. We'll give you guys a flight info on this one here. That one off to Washington, D.C., Envoy 4848. Pincy Plains, good afternoon. So you can hear the high-pitched sounds of the CRJ below us. These trees blocking our way because of our location today. They're going to wait on this CRJ to come in. That CRJ right there is going to give us a perfectly good opportunity to give you guys another marshalling shot. That one looks like it's got Wi-Fi on board, don't it? Is that a Wi-Fi dome on top of that? That's something you don't normally see. And that's why I'm like, interesting. Because normally you don't, like I said, you don't see that on the CRJs. As a matter of fact, I don't know that I've ever seen a CRJ with a Wi-Fi dome on top. Not that I can remember, anyway. Waiting on that one to depart the alleyway back here. There it goes. Yeah, see, this one doesn't have the dome on top of it. Interesting as the two swap places. Always trees in the way. Better if we could see inside there as well. All right. Give you guys the marshalling shots. Second or third one of the day. Speaking of CRJs, we got another one coming in. Endeavor 4703 from Austin, Texas. 2 hours, 16 minutes of flight time for a CRJ 900 LR. Yeah, I'll be watching the Super Bowl. I'm not, again, a lot of you guys know I'm not a huge sports fan other than racing. But yeah, I'll probably be trying to watch the Super Bowl. I'll probably leave straight from the airport and head over to the in-laws' house to watch the game, maybe. I don't know if we did last year or not. I don't remember. I think we did. I know there has been a year or two where we don't go and watch it, but we'll see. I haven't watched a single football game all year either, so we just go for the party aspect of it. Gonna try to be watching the race on Wednesday. That's been pushed back twice. Now it was supposed to be happening today. No bueno due to the snow there in Winston-Salem. Now they've pushed it to Wednesday afternoon or Wednesday evening. So I'll be trying to watch that. So again, that one from Austin, Texas, 2 hours, 17 minutes for that CRJ. Let's see where they're going to pull out at. They're going to drop out early.
3 Charlie and then Bravo parking, Japan.
Next arrival, Republic Airways 5818 coming in from LaGuardia, an E175 LR. That one coming in just a few minutes. About 4 minutes. They're downwind behind us. So a few more minutes for that arrival. Let's check out what they got going on. Ooh, we haven't done a baggage watch in 4K yet, have we? You guys know I like to watch the bags every now and then, what kind of unique things get taken off. We'll do that in just a minute as we've got that other CRJ on the move. I forgot about that one sitting over there. Plus, I like to watch the baggage because here lately I want to know what all I could fly with if I needed to. I want to see if somebody pulls a tote off of there or something, in case we decide to take this show on a long journey and fly with everything we have. I still need to see if I can fit everything we have in the big suitcase at home. I don't believe the will fit in there though. The tripod. I think that'll be one thing that we can't get in the suitcase, because we have a humongous suitcase. Like, it's waist high, it's huge. Here comes the other CRJ. Around the corner. Look, now we talk about it, there's another one. Maybe I'm just crazy and never noticed it before on the CRJs, but now 2 in a row with the Wi-Fi on board. Thank you, Eddie. 324 likes. Make sure you guys smash the like button if you haven't done so already. I'm trying to get to 500 today. Let's see how it goes. Yesterday's show we broke even at 500. I did only have yesterday's show set for 200. So we got a Delta ready to go for departure. We do have that other one on final. Yeah, that'll be a big party deal in my in-laws' house. My father-in-law and my sister-in-law are into the Patriots. This one looking like a 737 back to Atlanta. From New York. Let's see if they get off the runway early. That looks like they'll run a little long. We'll head back over to the 737 as they get ready for their departure. All right, so we got Ward coming at us If you guys know, you know. Been a lot of jokes made about Ward the Beaver here on the show. Our moderator, Molly. This is her favorite Frontier. So that's Frontier 3330 from Dallas.
Alright, Charlie, go off runway 58, clear line. Durham, do 2 each other, clear line, fiber. Delta 691, runway 5 left, line up on the way, traffic following the parallel. Line up to 48, 5 left, Delta 691. Then 280 at 10.
So Delta giving the all clear to line up and wait. Hey, Steven, good afternoon. No, sadly I didn't get the chance to see the 747-800. We did come out here Thursday evening, but they were already done by the time we got out here, unfortunately. Yep, I took some time off from work. Need a little bit more time off from work. A week's not enough, to be honest. Supposed to be in Orlando right now, or leaving today for Orlando possibly, but we didn't, like I mentioned earlier in the show, instead of going actually on vacation, we decided to invest heavily into the show. That's why we're able to bring you guys the beautiful 4K shots you guys are seeing. This one here, Delta 691 off to Atlanta, Georgia. So yeah, we decided instead of going on vacation, well, what happened was Miss Carolina had to work too, but she had to get some work done from home. And so we just decided to stay home for the week instead of going down to Orlando. We were going to try to take the show on the road and go to Orlando, and then I was like, all right, well, we can do a tour, Seymour Johnson, Charlotte, and Dulles. But given the weather conditions that we've had over the last 2 weekends, I haven't decided yet exactly what we're going to do. Miss Carolina's got to give me a definite answer on whether or not she's going and make plans for the kiddos if she decides she's gonna go. Ward the Beaver, Frontier 3330 from Dallas Fort Worth, about to touch down right now. Been a long time since we've seen Ward. Good to see Ward back again. Been a long time since we've seen Ward.
Frontier flight 3330, turn right at Bravo 5, join Bravo, and contact Alpha. Flight Bravo 5, join Bravo, coming around Frontier flight 3330.
Oh, that'd be nice to go tour Seymour Johnson. Yeah, we wanted to give you guys a full week of plane spotting in different places. But like I said, the weather's really screwed things up. So we'll see what we do. Again, I sit with Miss Carolina today and figure out if we're going to go anywhere. Again, I want her to go with me. It's always fun to get away and get out. I'm sure she'll want to go down to Charlotte and look at 3D printer stuff, since they have a micro center down there. But I was originally just going to do a day trip to Charlotte and then do an overnight in DC. But if you guys were here at the beginning of the show, DC, Dulles has the same amount of flights as we do today. Normally they have, 300 or so flights a day, 200 or 300. Today, only 175 flights in and out of Dulles. So, rough day for them, it looks like. Summertime, I think we'll be doing a lot more things, hopefully. Are we having a bit of a stutter here? Calm down. So, how far have we come today? 277. So we're still trying to make it to 8,500 subscribers by Valentine's Day, which I honestly think we can make happen this week. We're almost to 300 already. So I think this week alone we should be able to reach 8,500. That one definitely going to go long there. Looks like we've got the JetBlue A220 pushing back over on the other side of Terminal 2. We'll hear that wail in just a minute. Buddy Ward coming around the corner. Here's a JetBlue A220. We'll come back to Ward in just a moment. No, because we're not going to Orlando. We're not. I don't have any plans to fly on the A220 as of right now. I still want to. I still want to fly on Breeze, and I still want to fly on the A220. But as of right now, I don't have any plans to. Hopefully soon, we'll get the opportunity to. Got United 2269 coming in from Denver, 737 MAX 8 on the downwind currently. We've got that JetBlue A220 headed out. Speaking of A220s and JetBlue, we've got JetBlue 285 coming in from JFK. Another A220-300. This one painted in the new livery for the A220s. Where did that A220 go? See it pop out behind the building right there. Right there. Sounds like the old weather test thing you used to get over the radio and over the TV. They still do that? I don't know if they still do that or not. I think they do. All right, so we are waiting on. Oh, what did he just say? No, come on, man. JetBlue 285 clear to land 5 right. Dang it, that's not what I wanted to hear. Come on now. That's bad news. We'll still see the A220, but only in short passing down the hill, taxiing. Dang it. We're waiting on that United from Denver, 737 MAX 8. 737 from Denver. Dial-up AOL, yeah. V. Marie, good afternoon. Ooh, big wobble out there. United. JetBlue 984, that A220 to line up and wait. So we'll snag some more shots of the MAX 8 here. JetBlue going to give us a turn and burn, maybe. 10 back over to 2. Now I got to try to keep an eye on JetBlue 285. They're getting ready to touch down over on the other side. But we want to see that A220 in that livery, so we're going to try to focus on that one as it touches down. Yeah, I don't know why that's picked up that noise all of a sudden. JetBlue 984 off to Boston, Mass. This one right here. We've got an Endeavor getting ready to depart now. Or Envoy. Pick it up over on the other side. We're already on the move. Again, we're waiting on JetBlue 285. Oops. Public Airways 4560. That one off to LaGuardia, New York. There you go, a little 2-for-1 shot. Those two headed to the northeast, Boston, Mass, and New York City. I can't even see either one of those with the naked eye. But the camera's got them. Yeah, I can't see either one of them anymore. So we'll hang out over here, wait on JetBlue 285 to come down the hill. Oh man, we've got United over here trying to get into one of the gates. Oops, sorry. flight's landing over on the other side now as well.
X-ray, turn left heading 320.
Should have Copa pushing back here before too long. Scheduled departure time around 3:30, I think. So Copa and Aeromexico should be getting ready for departure here before too long. There it is. It's got the purple wingtips on it instead of the orange ones. United over here having issues getting into this gate. Not sure what their issue is. So American Airlines 1897, our viewer Ping, still on board that A321. That A321 looks like it's still sitting at the gate, according to flight radar. They were supposed to leave at 2:15. It is now 2:50, and they are on the ground. The one that we saw depart here a little while ago, American Airlines 2688, has already landed and gone to a gate. So we have a viewer on that American flight that's still delayed in Charlotte. They had a medical emergency, is why they had to turn around and go back to the gate. There we go, finally with the 737 MAX 8 headed into the gate. Ward hanging out over here. Let's give you guys an update on American. Where's he at? Getting ready to cross over into Maine. American 173 Heavy from London. Still has about 2 hours and 4 minutes on that 777. Oh, no worries, Barb. Glad you got your computer fixed. I got a button that's sticky too, the M button on my keyboard. So we should see Copa and Aeromexico push here shortly. Got an exec jet coming in next, but that's going to be over on the other side. We're going to hit another little bit of a lull here for a few minutes while we wait on these departures. They've had everything pretty well spread out to keep us busy for most of the day. We've got another MAX 8 arriving in 20 minutes from Houston. the 737 for United. I haven't, but I think my sister-in-law might have. She just flew them the other day, so I don't know if she had seat assignment or not. Looks like all the snow is trying to melt off today. The METAR says it's 39 degrees. The computer, yeah, the computer's matching that at 39 degrees, so not too bad. No, not a groundhog, it's Ward. Ward the Beaver. I think Ward will be headed over to an A321 before too long, you would think. Good to see Ward back. Uh, 14 subscribers away from hitting 8,300. So hopefully today, by the end of the day, we'll be at 83. Then we'll be 200 away from our goal of 85 by Valentine's Day. But again, I think we'll hit that before we before the end of the week. We may actually blow past that, so we may be looking at trying to get to 9,000 by Valentine's Day. I know we're trying to get to 10,000 before Memorial Day, and I think we can do that if we can continue doing more and more shows for you guys. Yeah, 39 degrees currently. I wish it was a little bit warmer. I wish it was in the 60s. Especially since I'm so mad about the snow. I'm still, and just like a lot of people in the Triangle are. You know, the entire state of North Carolina got 10 plus inches in most places, and we got a measly 3. So now that we've been heartbroken by wintertime, I'm ready for it to buzz off. You guys have heard me say it before. I'm not a huge fan of wintertime anyway, but because it is so cold all the time. But this winter's not been terrible. Until here of late. These last 2 weeks, I think. I mean, we were out here, or Christmas Day, we were outside and it was 70 degrees. And then after we got into the month of January, then everything really flipped upside down for us. Yeah, the wind right now is very calm. $360 likes. Thank you guys for smashing the like button as well. If you haven't, please do so. And we got a couple more hours left in the day. I'm gonna try to run. I don't know, maybe we'll run to sunset like we did yesterday. We'll see. So again, if you haven't smashed the like button yet, please do so. I'm trying to reach 500. I would enjoy some much warmer weather, that's for sure. some movement. United, the A319 back to Washington Dulles. Hey, my thing is rolling over now. Sweet. An F-16 and a P-8. I saw a P-8 here one time. I've seen a couple of them actually doing touch and goes. I really wish I would have been out here last Thursday for that 747 800 doing touch and goes. Here we go, finally some more action. The A319 as well as the Delta CRJ. The start up of the CRJ in a minute. The A319 should be starting engines now. Yeah, it's always fun. We've had, on the show, we've had C-130s. There were 2 or 3 of them. They did like, what, 5 or 6 that one night? Touch and goes. They were a very short final. They would touch, go around, do it again. It was pretty good. Both of them starting up now. Like both of these CRJs are ready to go. They came in pretty close to the same time, getting ready to roll about the same time out. We've got another one headed out just on the other side of Terminal 1, or Terminal 2, excuse me. I keep saying Terminal 1 lately. Got Delta over there. Speaking of Terminal 1, last night, man, I went in there and it was a madhouse. Very, very busy in Terminal 1. I had to go over to the baggage office for Southwest to pick up my sister's stuff. And it was a madhouse in there. There were a lot of people. So United finally on the way. Yeah, we've got a Delta on the move too. I believe it's an A320. CRJ on the move, the other one getting ready to push. Oh. Did we just have a runway change? Maybe? I kind of hope not, but let's find out. Does appear we've had a runway change, so now we're off the 23s, or off the 05s and onto the 23s. So how difficult of a shot is this going to be for me this afternoon? Not too bad, I guess. We'll have to keep an extra close eye on flight radar today, but the departure shots are going to be fantastic, hopefully. All right, tail the CRJ ready for pushback. I saw the Delta headed towards the 5s, and then he turned around somewhere where I couldn't see him, and I saw him headed back, and I was like, where is he headed? And then I saw the United A319 headed the same direction. So direction change here, gonna be on the 23s now. Yeah, Samuel, we didn't get very much here in Raleigh, unfortunately. We wanted a lot more snow here. Again, I was talking about the memes and everything. Speaking of Indianapolis, Endeavor 4780, if you guys are following along on Flight Radar, man, they made a pretty wicked couple of turns there. We're going to have Endeavor 4780 again from Indianapolis. 1 hour, 8 minutes of flight time there on final right now. They're going to be followed by United 2653 from Chicago. They're arriving in 3 minutes. That's 737 MAX 9. Aeromexico's pushing back. So here we go. We're going to get busy once again. So Aeromexico, that E190 off to Mexico City. See, this is why I set up over here today, because I kind of had a feeling that we were going to have a wind change. I just wasn't sure when we were going to have that wind change. Smoky startup for the E190 down there. All of Aeromexico's planes not very happy with the cold weather, are they? We had that one earlier this morning smoking as well, that MAX 8. So let's see how hard the 23s are going to be to capture the arrival on. We're all the way down at the opposite end, so we'll see. The only thing I'm worried about is how far down we are for the departures. If we were in the middle, it would be perfect, but I have a feeling because we're down so far, I don't know how well the departures are going to look. I think they'll look fine. I don't know. It's always hard to transition from one end to the other for me. 25 likes away from 400. Again, make sure you guys continue to smash that like button. So United From Chicago, United 2653, 1 hour 21 minutes of flight time here. This is 737 MAX 9. No, I think I'll be all right. It takes a hot minute to move, and I'd have to move the car and go find a new parking spot and all that. If I were guaranteed parking down there, I totally would, but chances are those spots are already full all the way at the end of the parking garage. The departure shots should look amazing from here. Again, it's been a while since we've been this far down for the 2-3s and the departures, but I think it'll all work out just fine. United going to be our next arrival, again from Chicago, that MAX 9 coming in to the picture. Gonna have to be extra vigilant on flight radar.
United 2463, number 23 right, runway. Runway, United down 2463,
So you see it, Copa also on the way out, along with that Aeromexico. We've got United, the A319 ready for departure, down at the other end. Hopefully I don't have to do too much hand changing and moving around here. I may have to.
Bravo 4, Bravo ramp, United 2653.
I may have to turn the tripod just a little bit. Sorry. There we go. Just so I can get a little bit more room to make these shots look decent. All right, so should be a wonderful departure. This one again off to Dulles, I believe. Hopefully we get a lot of early rotations. I doubt it, given the wind not being very strong this afternoon. But we'll see. And of course, you know all of the Maxes come out toward the ends down here. Looks like we got a private on final up next. That one coming in. I gotta be mindful of that pole right there. Just on the right of your screen, you can kind of see it there on the edge. We gotta be mindful of that thing and not let that mess up our shot. Focused in on it. This is a private owner, unavailable. It says they left RDU, coming back into RDU. Thank you so much, JR. Greatly appreciate that. Glad I could bring you guys 4K shows. Camelback, good afternoon. Getting that CRJ with its high pitch below us. Looks like we got Copa 467, 737-800 back to Panama City up next. We're going to be followed by Aeromexico, sounds like. So Copa Airlines headed back to Panama.
Unfortunately, there is a call for release program to Washington National. I'm not sure why it was not marked. And we're working on getting you a time so we can make that one there.
As far as the internet goes, when I did the speed test, it was pushing about 30 something, if I remember correctly. 4K is very, very, very taxing on the internet. Like before we got this new internet, we were unable to do anything over 1080, of course. But now with the new internet, not having a cap on it, we're able to run 4K. Because we never tried 4K, but we did turn up the quality one time, and it burned up over half my data in one episode of the show, running at what I've got it running right now on the old internet. Aeromexico back to Mexico City, the E190. So the internet, I'm going to keep that one a secret. But yeah, I'm really glad that we were able to get new internet for you guys so we can run these 4K shows and be able to run longer, run more shows if we want to. Again, this was our long-term investment that we made in the show instead of going to Orlando. So again, we were going to go have a vacation, and Miss Carolina had to work and do some other things, so we decided not to, and then we just decided the money that we were going to spend on that we'll invest. And so we invested it into the show. 8 likes away from 400. Thank you guys. Make sure you guys smash the like button if you haven't. United 1821 is going to be our next arrival from Houston, a 737 MAX 8. 2 hours, 12 minutes of flight time for that one. That one arriving in just a minute. Corby. Good afternoon. Delta 1550 coming from Atlanta. I think that's going to be one of my coworkers' flights out of here at 4:30. He may chime in, he may not again, but he was chiming in earlier in the show. We're still 102 likes away from our like goal, but we are only 2 likes away from 400. Now we're at 403, so thank you guys. Thank you, Michael. I will let her know. She's currently over at her sister's house. Something's wrong with our water, so she's over there right now, getting us some more water and showering and all the things. Hopefully tonight it'll come back on. So is that Delta CRJ headed out? If that 737 turns around, then we've just changed runways again, but I don't think we did. United's still on track to make its way in here. We've got quite a few coming in from the north. A couple. Let's see, how far is American? We're still looking at about 2 hours. American 777 getting close to Boston, Mass. So an hour and a half for the American 777. Yeah, we do. We've got a live show over here. Diving into Grace. Welcome into the show. We seem to be getting discovered more and more every day, so appreciate all you guys tuning in, smashing the like button. The likes help get the channel out there and get it moving. Again, yesterday, I set today's likes based on yesterday's likes. We hit 500 yesterday, but yesterday obviously being a Sunday, which is normally our best day for plane spotting and the show. Looks like we got, is that Delta? Delta. I was thinking maybe that was Air Canada. We do have an Air Canada that came in from Montreal on the ground. There is United finally. Ready for touchdown. So we might see that one again as it rounds the corner. Got a CRJ. Hopefully this one will be a nice early rotation. This is Air Canada. There they are, back to Montreal. Put a helicopter out there somewhere. Brian Smith, good evening. There in the UK. Still about mid-afternoon here. that helicopter. Finally see it now. It's like a medevac flying over it. Hey, Walter, good afternoon. Now, again, if you guys are just joining us for the day, it seems like a lot of folks are checking in. We're going to be live all week this week, possibly different locations. The weather did throw a big wrench into our plans, but we're going to try to be on the air every day this week as we get the Air Canada back to Montreal. Nice rocket launch departure there. So Jazz 839 back to Montreal. So again, like I said, we'll be on every day this week, whether it's from here, Charlotte, maybe DC. Again, having issues. We've got the kiddos this week, so that's where we're having a little bit of an issue on traveling. But again, we were supposed to be in Orlando this week at Disney, and we changed those plans. 80 likes away from 500. Likes moving quickly once again. Giant snow blower there for that Delta. Gonna blow some of that snow away from the runway. Was fun watching yesterday, watching the snow machines out here cleaning up the runway. Thank you, glad the 4K is looking good. So the 737 is going to pop out right about here. That's going to make this shot a little more difficult later on this evening. I'm actually glad they switched. So Delta 2026 off to Atlanta. Got another CRJ out here at the end. Good to see that we're busy again. Next arrival is going to be Delta 1407 from Detroit. It's going to be a 717. The Mad Dog coming in from Detroit. It's going to be our next arrival. That one says about 1 minute or so as we await this Delta CRJ's departure. My step a little too late. So now we turn our attention to the arrival of the Mad Dog. Classic 717
72 X-ray, Alpha, wind 2306, runway 23 left, clear.
Nice arrival for the classic Mad Dog. Got an E175 getting ready to go. We've got Delta 1550 coming in from Atlanta. Again, this one's going to take my coworker to Atlanta at 4:30. 4:30, somewhere around in there. It's going to be followed by an American Airlines. Is this American 1897 finally? Finally, after all the drama that they've had with American 1897, this one finally here. So we've got a viewer on American 1897. And he said they had a medical emergency just as they were taxiing out to the runway. So then they had to turn around and go back to a different gate. Handle that. They were supposed to leave at 2:15. They didn't leave until 3 something. A little after 3 o'clock, I would assume, or right before 3 o'clock. So that one will be here in 9 minutes. They are just downwind of us now. So American 1897 right there. All the way from Charlotte. Good to see. And he was delayed. The flight yesterday was canceled too, so it's good that he's finally getting home. So we've got the American 777 from London. We were supposed to have Air France, but Lufthansa 787 Dreamliner, but they canceled, unfortunately. I was really looking forward to having the Dreamliner today, and it's nowhere to be found on flight radar, so they canceled. Sadybug, my niece. As I stated, Miss Carolina is over at her sister's house, so she's been out of the chat for a few minutes. As a matter of fact, they've just passed Boston, that American 777. So we should see them about an hour or so. That E175 taking his time coming around the corner now. Do we have a Southwest coming in over here? Yes, no, maybe. I can't ever tell sometimes. Let me lean out here and see. It doesn't look like it. I was really hoping to catch some Southwest here. I can't wait to capture Southwest in 4K. Yeah, it's not Air France's day to be here. They'll switch back to 7 days here before too long, around springtime. And of course, you know the American 777 is year-round, 7 days a week, unless they have problems. Weather-wise. Yesterday we saw it come from Boston instead of London Heathrow. They diverted Saturday night to Boston. Madeira Dream Life coming back to economy class. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for joining the memberships, by the way. So we do have Delta 1550 from Atlanta next. 58 minutes of flight time for this one. As we follow this one out. So you heard American 1897 finally cleared for landing after waiting most of the day. You should see some of the piles of snow that are piled up down in the Economy 4 lot, or what used to be the Economy 4 lot. Humongous piles of snow down there. I drove through there this morning. Massive piles of snow out of that parking lot. So here's our Delta. Which construction? The construction of the runway? Yeah, we got a minute or two here before. So there's Miss Carolina wanted to check in on the construction of the runway there. Looks like, we mentioned it earlier in the show, looks like they've started a new section. They've started cutting trees down over here a little further out. So they've started a new section of land clearing and tree clearing for the runway. So American 1897 and Ping on board. Ward the Beaver pushing back. I want to get the American arrival, of course, because we have a viewer on board, but I also want to make sure we get some more video of Ward. Jim, what's up? Nice loud startup for Ward. Really hate these poles. So this one right here has had a very rough day. I think most of that over there is for drainage. There's a lot of room that's flat next to the runway, but I think a lot of it's being cleared out for drainage and stuff over there. Good to see you again, Ward. Been a while. Starting engine number 2. A little smoky off that right engine. Next up, we got Republic Airways 4567 coming in from Nashville, Tennessee. We've also got the Republic Airways sitting out there waiting for departure. They're headed to LaGuardia. Republic Airways 4761. Miss Carolina gifting out another Carolina Aviation membership. Republics on the way in and out as we await Ward's departure. About 20 minutes ago or so, they made a runway change. Yeah, so we got the American 777 later. That's about it. Again, Lufthansa canceling on us today, that Dreamliner, unfortunately. That is a beaver, Ward the Beaver. There have been countless jokes about Ward. Ward, one of Carolina Aviation show favorites. So we'll see Ward's departure in just a moment. Yeah, it looked like a very nice arrival there, Ping. Very smooth. There's our next arrival from New York, or Nashville, excuse me. The other one's headed to New York. I don't know which way is the best way to do it. Nice smooth landing for this E175. Again, not too much of a wind this afternoon.
Left Charlie, right Bravo, and contact the Red Tower today. Left Charlie, right Bravo, and then contact Red Tower, 4567. Breaker 4761, runway heading, runway 23 right, clear takeoff. 23 right, clear takeoff.
A little bit of a stutter out of the computer there. That's what I was waiting on. I'm watching the playback there. Small hesitation out of the PC. Now this one off to New York. Be a good departure for the E175. Oh yeah, early rotation.
Wind 1761, runway target afternoon, turn left, heading 210, runway 23 left, close takeoff. Left turn 210,
Very early rotation for that E175. Here comes the other one from Nashville around into the alleyway.
1554 on target, wind 2508, runway 23 right, total in, 1 departure, body round.
So there we go.
Breakdown 5818 line tower traffic, Airbus on an 8-mile funnel, fly runway heading, runway 23 right, close takeoff.
Speaking of Frontier, we got another one coming in. Frontier 1554 from the House of Mouse coming in from Orlando. This one is Weston, the Woodpecker, on an A320. So we'll see Weston, the Woodpecker here in just a minute as we get a Delta cleared for departure. Looks like an E175. This one came in from LaGuardia earlier. So this one looks like it's headed back. So I'm overlooking Terminal 2. I'm overlooking your side. I think your plane just came in, so you're leaving in what, 45 minutes-ish? So yeah, we're overlooking your side. Will this E175 be a big departure? Not nearly as early. Nor nearly as aggressive. So Weston the Woodpecker is going to come in, and then we'll have Ward the Beaver's departure. Weston again coming in from Orlando. So Ward the Beaver on the way out to 23 right. Hopefully Ward will take off fairly nicely. Ward's off to Orlando. Frontier 1111 off to Orlando. So one in from MCO, the next one out to MCO. Ward came in from Dallas earlier, came in from DFW. Oops. Took my step too late. We're less than 50 likes away from reaching our goal. Make sure you guys smash the like button if you haven't already. Trying to get to 500. We still got a couple hours-ish. Probably right at 2 hours left in the day. Looks like our next arrival is going to be American Airlines 2982 coming in from Philadelphia in A320. That one arriving in just 3 minutes. As we get Weston the Woodpecker coming around the corner. Good look at Weston. Coming from a semi-warmer destination there, MCO. Not really though, I guess. It is quite cold. Oh yeah, action's picking up now. We've got that American, we've got Delta 689 from Los Angeles in 6 minutes. We've got United 1296 from Newark, an A319. The picture looked different. We've got PSA Airlines coming in from Philadelphia. Again, the next arrival is American 2982 from Philadelphia. So it looks like we're going to have quite the lineup here for a few minutes. And the American 777 looks like it just crossed the Hamptons about 5-10 minutes ago. 54 minutes left in that 777's afternoon. So here we go. The American from Philly. A little wobbly there for the A320, not too bad though. Again, winds low today, no real wind gusts. 51 minutes for the A320. So next arrival is going to be Delta 689 from Los Angeles. Again, that one arriving in about 3 minutes. So let's head over here back to Weston for a moment while we wait. Give you guys some updates. I know you guys are interested. We have reached 8,300 subscribers. So thank you guys for getting us there. We started the day with 8233, so we're now currently 8307. If we can get another 30-ish subscribers today, that would be fantastic. So if you haven't subscribed yet to the channel, please do. That's another free way to help out the channel. 463 likes. So again, thank you guys for smashing the like button as well as subscribing today. Check on some messages here real fast while we wait on our next arrival. Now I forgot what we were doing. So again, not too much. We're not too far away from 100 subscribers today. Again, a huge thank you to everybody who subscribed so far today. 468 likes now. We still got a few hours left. We'll definitely reach our goal. CRJ on its way out. While we wait on Delta from LA. This is a 737-900. Delta from Los Angeles. 4 hours, 8 minutes of flight time for this 737-900. So it's usually about 4 hours, 8 minutes every time. Finally learned how long some of these flights take, and I'm able to keep track of them. DC is about a 43-minute flight. Charlotte, we know, is about a 28-minute flight. The New York flights are about an hour and some change. So, will the CRJ Delta go for it? Next arrival, though, we do have United at 1296. Coming in from Newark, New Jersey, an A319. Going to be that next arrival. So from Newark, New Jersey, currently this one's an hour and 7 minutes. They still have about 2 minutes left in their journey, so not too bad. I was hoping the CRJ would go for it before they got here. It doesn't look like they're going to do that. Then we have PSA coming in from Philadelphia, CRJ 900 for American Eagle. Got some sunlight coming in here now, so I might be able to get kind of warm. There's that CRJ lurking off in the corner. As we turn to our arrival, there's a pole. "22 likes away." Nice arrival for the A319, nice and smooth. We've got our CRJ out here ready for departure. PSA will be our next arrival. Get a nice long departure shot now that we're on 2-3s. And then of course we had it this morning or this afternoon while they were on the 5s as well. We've got that PSA, the American Eagle, coming up. Got another JetBlue in about 18 minutes. It looks like that'll be our next arrival. Looks like we're going to hit a small lull here. Nice, we should still be here in an hour and 46 minutes. Yeah, that'll be almost 6 o'clock. Oh, you'll be on Southwest, so you'll be on the other side. So unfortunately, we won't be able to see you. Unless Southwest miraculously lands on this side, which we haven't seen all day. I hear a whale. Sounds like we got an A220 on the move. We've got several over here on this side ready for pushback. We don't have another arrival for another few minutes, but looks like we're gonna have some ground movements to keep us busy. Pair of Uniteds. That one there, I think, is the one that just landed. That one's sitting there waiting for a gate, I do believe. Miss Carolina gifting out another Carolina Aviation membership. Thank you to her. That one going to Patrick, Virginia. Nah, even if the runways swap, there we won't see it because we're not in a good location. We can't see the other side, 2-3 or 2-3 left or 5 right behind us. Terminal 1 side. Unfortunately, the only good place to be is at the north end of the parking garage, and the best day, the only real time we go down there is when they're on the 2-3s, but again, they were on the 5s today. So I tried to set up in a nice location where if the winds did change, we would be in a good enough location for both sides. So I wonder if that's that JetBlue A220 over on the other side. Yeah, so we're facing Terminal 2, and that's really the only thing we can see. Now, like I said, if we were at the north end of the parking garage, we could catch both sides of the arrivals, but had to do what we had to do given the wind directions today. Another smoky startup. That's what, our third today? Third or fourth. We had a Delta do it as well. And that is a Max, as you can hear. The Maxes always sound different. I like to call them the Mad Max. Pull out the phone charger here. Not quite time for the phone to die, but So it is a JetBlue off to JFK in that new livery. We'll see that one pop out in just a second. JetBlue 286 off to JFK. Oh. WRAL, Sky 5. Might see ABC 11 take off here shortly then if Sky 5 is out and going. There's our JetBlue A220, that new livery. Yeah, that A319's waiting for a gate. Got another CRJ getting ready to start up below us. United, that 737 MAX already on the move. That one crossing in front of Terminal 2. So JetBlue will slide down to the end of the runway here. Hopefully they'll leave quite quickly. Sky 5 on their way to Durham, looks like. Hey, Daniel. Got an exec jet coming in, but I think that exec jet is for the other side. JetBlue is going to go down there and hide in the corner. So Daniel, I'm going to be on every day this week. Try to be anyway. I'm on a bit of a vacation. Took a week off from the work. So the weather kind of put a damper on some of our plans for this week, I think. But we're still going to try. But again, we're going to be on every day this week. So United making some turns out there. A bit of an experiment, if you will. This week. Exec jet is headed to the other side. The Velo departing over on the other side. Cavello ending their crew base here later this year. Oh, we're four likes away from our goal of 500. So not bad. If we hit 500 likes before in the next 4 minutes, that'll be more than 100 likes an hour. We've been on the air for 4.5 hours so far. We're already up to 496. $502. Thank you guys. I know this is a really nice day off for me. I enjoy being out here. So it's good. And like I said, it's kind of an experimental week. We wanted to do more. We'll see what we can do. Yeah, I think it's supposed to rain on Wednesday or something. Again, I'm monitoring, since I'm off and all the things, I'm monitoring everything going on. Now we're up to 513, so thank you guys for continuing to smash the like button. So I'm monitoring airports, I'm monitoring weather. So we're monitoring all kinds of things on at the moment. United's going to go ahead and get out of here. They're going to go down and give us a turn and burn here. Maybe a turn and simmer. Let's see if they're on flight radar. Of course they're not. United never is. So that's 737. Gonna get after it. Closer to the end. Both me and Miss Carolina really want to go to Seymour Johnson. We're going to take Christopher down there and watch some of the F-15 departures and arrivals. United 2288 off to Denver, Colorado. That's 737 MAX 8. Again, we're waiting on a couple of arrivals. We've got JetBlue 8775 coming in from Boston, Mass, an A220-300. That one arriving in just 5 minutes. Frontier right behind that one. Frontier 1517 from Philadelphia. An A321-200. I wonder why the CRJ is still just sitting here. And we're still waiting on that JetBlue A220 down at the end of the runway. Yeah, I don't know if the Seymour Johnson has any equipment to clear the runways other than their planes. right, the United A319 going to a gate, so now the CRJ finally getting a move on. Again, we're waiting on that JetBlue A220 at the end of the runway. Oops. It'd help if I'd watch what I was doing, huh? Yeah, I don't think the snow is quite done with us yet. If I head to DC, we'll see about going to Reagan National. I gotta figure out if the park is even open if we head up to DC. Again, we were talking about it earlier in the show. DC, not DCA, but IAD only had 175 flights today, about the same as what we have here today. So DC, Washington Dulles taking a bit of a hit, looks like, maybe because of the weather, I don't know. But DCA is very active, 400 and something flights today out of downtown DC. I don't know. Isn't it already a year-round thing? I know we see it every once in a while. We see it in the evenings. I believe the Frontier Denver flight. We've got American Airlines from Los Angeles coming. They're all coming at us at once. The American 777 finally in North Carolina. So 14 minutes for American Airlines 2308 from Los Angeles. Got a whole lot of planes coming. American 173 Heavy, 22 minutes away. Get your Heavy in here from London. No, unfortunately, no Air France today. Lufthansa canceled as well. Yeah, so there's a lot of factors, you guys, in going places and doing shows. Having the right amount of flights. DC, mainly like IAD, wind direction, as well as flights. Because again, if the winds are coming in from the north, we don't have a show. I can't do a show in the field like people talk about doing. I don't have the lens length to be underneath them. My lens is a little too long to grab them going overhead. Now, if we go to DCA, I don't think it'll be that big of a deal. But if the winds are to the north there, their departure goes right up and over our heads. So that's always a fantastic shot. We've been there a couple of times, never done a show from there. But there's a lot of things that go into planning these trips. Not just money, not just time. It's, you know, weather conditions, wind direction, the number of flights. I even looked at Richmond. Richmond didn't have like 49 flights today. I looked into a couple other airports. Not a lot of action there. So the only international update I have is the American from London arriving in 22 minutes. Very nice, smooth touchdown for JetBlue. All the rest of our international flights other than Iceland have come and gone for the day. Again, Lufthansa was canceled. I was expecting the 787 Dreamliner today, but no such luck, sadly. Nelia, good evening. Hope you're doing well over there. Hopefully you're warm. So Air France isn't on a daily basis right now, so they'll be here tomorrow. Hey, finally, JetBlue 286. I kind of figured JetBlue was waiting for the other JetBlue's arrival. So we did have Air France yesterday, but no Air France or Lufty today, sadly. Icelandair's on its way, but JetBlue is going up the hill. Are they really going to the penalty box? That's weird. Either they're early and the gate's not ready. I don't understand why. Our JetBlue that landed a little while ago is headed up the hill here. Landed just now, actually. We'll find out in a minute. I checked Norfolk too. They only had like 49 flights today. Fayetteville had 38 flights or something. Greensboro was like 39. So we got to go places where there's enough action to keep you guys engaged and happy. I like it when it's busy. I like a good busy airport. Unless I have something like the snow machines yesterday to watch. Yesterday was fantastic watching those snow machines.
Left 210, departure JetBlue 286.
Nice shot of that A220. That A220 lifting off quite early. So let's see, what do we got? Who's our next arrival? Again, it's getting ready to get really busy. We're going to get that late afternoon rush here. Frontier 1517 from Philadelphia, a 48-minute flight. So that one coming in next, right at 975 feet. Who do we got on board? Grace the Ancilla? I probably butchered that. Gonna focus on the pole, not where we need you to. There we go, Frontier. Again, this one from Philly. Whoops. What's up?
Papa Alpha, turn left heading 160. 160, Papa Alpha. Airplane 967, right now, 23 right, on the gate.
All right. Sorry about that, everybody. A friend of ours stopping by, hanging out with us for a few minutes. Did you see American Airlines from Los Angeles floating on in? Almost like he didn't want to touch down there. Kind of afraid to touch down. So this one here is coming in from DCA, speaking of Washington. The Republic Airways 4594. From DC. That's going to be followed by Envoy 3822 from Miami. Followed by Endeavor 5109 from LaGuardia. We've got a Delta arrival. The American 777 now 9 minutes out for arrival. So 9 more minutes for that 777 arrival. The United departure we had a moment ago, that 737 MAX 9, that was United 1357. They're headed off to Newark, New Jersey. So it looks like we've got a few arrivals here. We've got Delta 2600 coming in from Atlanta, so that means we'll have the Atlanta flight out of here shortly. Another 737. That one got one of my co-workers on board. So we'll see his departure in just a little bit as the E175 touches down. So this one coming from DCA. Probably going to take the place of that other departure. Got another one coming around the corner though. So this one here going to get pulled into the gate as soon as they get stopped. We've got Southwest touching down over on the other side here in just a moment. Endeavor 5109, the CRJ 900LR, flying 1 hour 6 minutes from LaGuardia. So that one, our next arrival. Delta 2600 making those left turns for final. It's going to be another 737-900. Smooth touchdown for the CRJ. Mint chocolate chip. Moose Tracks is good too, though. But mint chocolate chip is a definite gold. Nice smoky startup out of West End. Lots and lots of smoke. It's our fourth real smoky startup today, fourth or fifth. So West End the Woodpecker getting ready to leave now. No, no go-arounds today. It's been a very smooth flowing day. Not a whole lot of wind or anything happening, so no real go-arounds or anything today. So the American 777 as of right now, number 2 for arrival. It's going to come in behind it. Delta 2600. Protein shake has stayed nice and cold all day. I finished that off. Another slight smoky start there for the other side as well. Delta 2600 from Atlanta. Make sure you guys smash the like button if you haven't. Next arrival, our 777, the American 173 Heavy from London Heathrow. Gonna be next up as West End the Woodpecker makes his way out. We do have another United 737 sitting over here. That one there is headed off to Houston, looks like. Frontier's not up on radar yet. Southwest touching down over on the other side. Again, the American 777 up next as United heads off to get ready for departure. Make sure you guys change your settings to 2160 so where you can check out this American 777 in 4K. 4 likes away from 550. Can we get those 4 likes before the 777 touches down?
173 Heavy, runway 23 right to land, traffic Emirates taking runway to departure.
I feel like my pants are messed up. All right, we've got an E-175 ready to go. Should be a nice departure. Whoops. Oh, still 2 likes away. There we go, 553. Perfect. Thank you guys for getting us to 550 before the American 777. Again, remember, set your settings to 2160. I got eyes on the 777. We'll see that arrival in just a second. All right, enjoy the 777, you guys. All right, thank you, Alan. My coworker pushing back from the other side. You got a, if you're still listening, you got the huge 777 behind you and moving around. Hope you guys enjoyed that 777. An amazing arrival. And hopefully you guys were watching it in 4K. The sun just had to go behind the clouds right as that the 777 decided to come in. So I don't know that we'll get any kind of sunset here this evening, given the cloud cover now. Thank you, Steven. 300 more, or 39 more likes away from 600. So maybe we'll see the 777 come around the corner. Again, we're a lot farther down today than we were yesterday, so I don't know that we'll be able to see it as well as we want. They're still making their turns. Some guy, good afternoon. Got an arrival in A321. The 777 coming around the corner. Thank you, Eddie. Greatly appreciate it. Yes, everyone, he brings up a good point. Make sure your notifications are set to all so that you guys get notified when we go on the air. Weston the Woodpecker rolling out of here. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to see the 777 make that turn around the corner there. Beautiful departure for Weston. No, I'm going to miss your departure. But you do have the American 777 sitting over there. If you haven't left your gate yet, I don't think. I think you're still sitting kind of over there. But I'll definitely get your departure. So United up next. Frontier, they were off to Dallas, Fort Worth. Frontier 2343. Let me zoom in here on Delta off to Atlanta. You are pushed back. No flight numbers yet for that flight, but if you're sitting on the left side of the plane, you can look out and see the American 777 sitting over there. That big old bird hanging out. There she goes. She's getting ready to pull up to the gate now, finally. Don't think we're going to see the 777 again, but we do have United up for departure. We've got the nose of the 777. Early rotation for this 737. So this right here is one of my coworkers headed off to Atlanta. So we'll definitely get his departure. That one headed off to Houston, United at 2407. We've got a Endeavor 5260 coming in from Newark, New Jersey. CRJ. There's our CRJ. Hey, we got our Mad Dog. That's going to be an excellent departure. That one back to Detroit. As we get the CRJ arrival. So the old Mad Dog headed back to Detroit here shortly. Should be a wonderful departure. I feel like this ice underneath my feet has gotten slicker. That's why you're seeing the camera shake a little bit more, as I'm a little unstable on my feet. So 31 likes away from 600 now. I can't believe we're going to reach 600 today. We're close to it. I think we'll run a little bit into the evening. I think we've got about another hour left in the show. All right, so he's getting ready to take off. He's down there at the end of the runway. You should be good to roll. You'll be all right. So will the 717 depart in front of him? Probably not, but we do have Republic Airways at 4658 coming in from JFK. That one's going to be our next arrival. So he's on Delta 1550 to Atlanta. We've got another American coming in from Charlotte, American 1894. That one arriving in 4 minutes. They're out there making their left-hand turns as we await the Republic. I knew it was going to focus on that stupid pole. Is that a flock of birds? Holy cow, look at all the birds. Oh no. Looks like all the birds made it across in front of that one. You guys saw all those birds. Yeah, I definitely don't need to slip and fall and break a leg or something like that. So glad that those birds got out of the way before the arrival of this one. We've got a CRJ back here. A friend of mine and co-worker getting ready to depart to Atlanta. There goes some more birds. There you go. Good travels to him. He's going to school. They better hurry. They've got American 1894 coming in on their behinds. Oh, they got tons of room. So they're going to pop out right about here. Safe travels to Atlanta. So American 1894 from Charlotte, our next arrival. Oh man. All right. American 1894 traveling 32 minutes from Charlotte. A321.
No departure, Mark 854. 1894,
All right, what do we got next? We've got up for departure Delta 1407. This one here should be an exciting departure. The Mad Dog back to Detroit, Michigan. Going somewhere even colder than here. Miss Carolina gifting out one Carolina Aviation membership here. Again, we've got about an hour left in the stream. Try to make it till 6 o'clock. Ooh, the sun's come back out. I don't know how good that's going to be as far as the sunset goes a little later on. Should be a wonderful departure here. They're always exciting. It's the old Mad Dogs. So let's see. Who all do we have? Looks like we've got American 1897 headed back to Charlotte. That one pushing back from the gate. It's an A321 as well. Let's see what we got coming in. We've got Southwest on the way in. We've got Delta 1018 from Fort Lauderdale in A320. That one arriving in about 6 minutes there to the downwind. Republic Airways 4555 coming in from Chicago O'Hare. 3 minutes out for that one. It was the 717. We've got United 1814 coming in from Newark, New Jersey, arriving in 4 minutes. So I think I may have found our last plane of the evening. How long is that? So that'll put us a few minutes over our 6-hour mark. But you guys interested in staying for Icelandair? 1 hour and 3 minutes. If you guys are interested in staying for Icelandair, give me a thumbs up, thumbs down, do whatever you guys would like to do. But Iceland, 1 hour, 3 minutes away. It's been a while since we've seen Iceland. It'll probably be dark by then, 6:03, 6:10, somewhere around in there. Hopefully it won't be dark, but we'll see. The sun's not near setting yet. I think sunset's, what, 5:45? Got an A321 headed up the hill. Is that American 1897? This flight looks like it's going to be delayed again. Thank you, Alex. I'm actually pretty good right now, to be honest. I actually don't feel terrible. It's not too cold. Again, one glove on, one glove off because of the have to do the interaction with the phone and the computer itself. We've got PSA headed out to the end of the runway, that American Eagle. Oh, wait, do we have it? Do we have Southwest? This is the one I've been waiting for, right here, to find it, or to bring it to you guys in 4K. Southwest 4867, coming in from Atlanta, 1 hour and 2 minutes of flight time, arriving in 1 minute, and it is, in fact, landing this side. The 737-800 getting ready to touch down. I'm excited. I don't know about you guys, but I'm excited about this. I kind of wish it was a different time of day, like midday, not sunset, but nonetheless. And the only reason I'm excited is because I do love this livery. Southwest, probably for regional stuff, smaller stuff, has got to be one of my favorite liveries. Southwest going to turn out right there and head up the hill. Again, I really wish this was at a different time of the day. I want to see this particular plane at a different time of day in the 4K. So we should see that one head up the hill here momentarily. Yeah, Jeffrey, we spent the morning and yesterday, or early this afternoon, and yesterday they were on the 5s. So we're back to the 2 3s today, thank goodness. I was set up for the 5s, again, because, you know, earlier in the show, that's what we were set up for. because that's where they were coming from, the 5s. Got our next arrival. This E175, Republic Airways 4555 from Chicago O'Hare, 1 hour 23 minutes of flight time. Next arrival, Envoy 3815 coming in from Washington, D.C. We're going to have PSA back to Philadelphia take off in between these two. So a nice departure here for another CRJ 900LR. Nine lights away from 600. We're going to give a really early rotation here for the CRJ. Our next arrival. Three away. I think they're going to come in here hot and heavy. We've already got another one on final. Delta 1018 from Fort Lauderdale. 1 hour 45 minutes of flight time for the A320. So we got an A320 up next, and somebody else turning in behind that one already. American 2704 from Charlotte. And then we've got 1 or 2 downwind. Delta 1312 downwind from the House of Mouse. Coming in from Orlando. Got that A321 1897 back to Charlotte. That one rolling down the hill. It's been a rough day for this plane right here, it looks like. They were ready to take off and come here. They had a medical emergency. They turned around, had to go back to the gate in Charlotte. So they were delayed already. Maybe that's not it. Which way is he going? Yeah, I think it is. So a rough day for that A321. So this A320 from Fort Lauderdale, 1 hour 46 minutes of flight time. Hey Brigette, good evening to you. Thank you for watching. Always stealth watching in the background. Floating that A320 in. There's a Frontier floating around out here too. An A321 for Frontier on the move over on the other side. Thank you guys for getting us to 601 likes. American Airlines 2704 coming in from Charlotte. It's going to be our next arrival at A321. So far traveling 28 minutes. Not quite in my line of sight just yet. 100 new subscribers today, 101 in fact. So thank you guys for liking the show and subscribing as well. We've got about another hour or so left in the show. We're going to wait for Icelandair. We haven't seen Iceland in quite a while. There's our A321 from Charlotte. I don't really know that anybody's going to replace a Velo, but I think so really what happened is this breeze pushed them out, I feel like. Man, we're going to be busy here for a minute. Got this one and two more just in my small viewing window here.
1897 line tag evening traffic, 8 mile base, runway 23 right, runway 23 right, long way back in 1897.
American 1897 to line up and wait. Next arrival is going to be that Delta 1312 from the House of Mouse, Orlando. That is an A320 as well. So we get this A321 off back to Charlotte. No. As of right now, no. That rumor is untrue. So we're not getting an XLR for that flight. It'll stay the 777. They're trying to keep that from like Boston and JFK and stuff. Mostly, from what I understand. They only have one XLR as of right now, I believe. So no, ours, they're not gonna change ours, luckily. Not anytime soon anyway. I mean, we've talked about the future of aviation, how I'm worried that all the wide bodies, maybe not all of the wide bodies will go away, but you'll have a lot more XLR action. We already see a lot of it in Dulles. The XLRs flying over the ocean. Brigade Klaus with a 99-cent euro. Thank you so much, Brigade Klaus. So, American 1897. off to Charlotte. Here comes our arrival. Delta 1312 from MCO. 1 hour, 22 minutes of flight time. Thank you guys. Glad you guys are enjoying the 4K. I think we unveiled the 4K at the right time. Given the fact that I was going on vacation for a week, definitely feel like we unveiled that at the right time. Republic Airways 4497 from LaGuardia is going to be our next arrival. This one here, I think, is headed to DC via Dulles. So again, I'm glad you guys are enjoying the 4K. All about the internet. It's all that changed was our internet service. Comes that next arrival from New York. See if I can find United to give you that flight information. Whoops. Nope, United's still not up on flight radar. Frontier is Frontier 2072 off to Philadelphia. It's going to be our next departure. It's going to be an A321. So miles, I'm going to be on for probably about an hour-ish. So after Iceland's arrival. So Iceland will be our last arrival of the day. Unless we find something else more interesting after the Iceland arrival, that United is headed off to Chicago, United 2059. We've got Frontier coming up in just a minute. Coming in from Tampa, Frontier 3272. Delta's behind me, isn't it? Pretty much. Nice early rotation for the A321. Beautiful shot. They could rotate like that all day long. Yeah, it'll be a little bit after 6 o'clock, but because we're waiting on Iceland, we'll see where they dock in. Chances are they'll dock in on the front side of Terminal 1, or front side of Terminal 2, excuse me. A couple more arrivals. Delta 2699 from Minneapolis. That one arriving in 3 minutes. Hey, Matt Man, good evening. Iceland's just ahead of the sunset. I don't think they have. Tonight they're flying the MAX 8. About 46 more minutes for that MAX 8's arrival. So we haven't seen any XLRs here as far as I know. So that one being marshaled into the gate, and you've got American Eagles sitting over here waiting for gates, 2 of them. While they wait on this one to get pulled out and around the corner to the starting line. Gotta break some of this up so I don't slip. I'm tired of slipping. Messing up my shot a little bit. This ice under my feet. Maybe now I've got some better traction. So 615 likes. Thank you guys. Well over 100 subscribers today. Greatly appreciate that as well. I feel like we're definitely going to be hitting that 8,500 mark this week. So I don't know that I'll say 9,000 by Valentine's Day, because that's a lot in 2 weeks. 500 in 2 weeks. What are we looking at? 800? Almost 800 for the next 2 weeks.
Okay, thanks for that, and we're right on Alpha 3.
So again, about 46 minutes for Iceland. Our next arrival is going to be Delta 2699 from Minneapolis. That's going to be another A320. Looks like Southwest and Breeze are going to touch down on the other side, of course. And then we have Frontier 3372 coming in from Tampa. Ichabod, the Whooping Crane, on board that A321 from Tampa. So again, good evening everybody. Once again, about 40-ish minutes left in the day. You can see the pickup line right there on the right road, the one going down. A lot of folks getting picked up. The drop-offs, they're mediocre. Not too many folks in the drop-off line. But definitely a lot of folks for pickup. Getting into the golden hour. All right, next arrival, Frontier 3372. As we wait. That will be in just about 2 minutes. Actually, it looks more like 4 minutes to me, but that one's going to be followed by Republic Airways 4630 from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So the action going to continue on. Again, Iceland, our final arrival. I know, I wish it was going to be a better golden hour, but unfortunately, as you can see, I think the sun's already pretty well gone down, or working on it currently, but there's a lot of clouds off to the south and in the hills, so I think the sun's going down right about there. But you can see all of the cloud cover now, covering everything up. Unfortunately, I wanted to give you guys another beautiful sunset like we had here last night. So again, we wait. Somebody can't find their car, as you can hear. Honking their horn like crazy. We've got another United coming in. So we've got 3 arrivals here in the next few minutes. So we've got Ichabod, the whooping crane, up next for Frontier. Again, coming in from Tampa. Not quite in position yet. Got to avoid that pole. Here he comes. Finally, some movements out of the American Eagles over here. That one finally getting out. So Republic Airways 4630 coming in from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania up next. 50 minutes of flight time for the E175. Got another Delta 737 on the way out. Next up we have United 1502 737 MAX 9 coming in from Chicago O'Hare. 1 hour and 18 minutes of flight time for the MAX 9. That one will be here in just a minute.
4630, left bearing 18 and right turn on Bravo, and then contact Red Ball, Brad, you have a good day. Continue down the runway, return Alpha 3, make contact on 4991, stop another way, you got traffic on a 2 mile funnel. Yeah, right on Alpha 2 with the ground.
Touchdown from Chicago.
Right here, 4685, Raleigh Tower, runway 23, right on the way.
Little tiptoe off to the left there. Interesting. Maybe Baltimore's having some sort of issues. We've got an American Eagle out at the end there, finally ready to go. Let's see how this goes. Looks like that Delta 737 up next. Oh, camera's gonna have a hissy fit because it's getting dark. It's because I've got it turned it down. Turn it up just a little bit there. I believe this one's headed back to Atlanta.
Turn right off of 2, right turn off of Alpha 9. Alpha 2, Alpha is Alpha 9. 130.5, I want to give you a continue transporting in position.
So let's give you those last two departures there. Delta headed off to Los Angeles. It's Delta 462. Republic Airways 4685 off to Nashville, Tennessee was the American Eagle departure. So one off to LAX, the other off to Nashville. Here's what we got as far as the sunset goes. Not much, given the clouds. It's like a whole line of exec jets to the south. 3 of them. All right, our last plane of the day, 28 minutes out. So about 30 more minutes left in the day. Alaska, we'll have Alaska 572 as well. Their arrival time is in 25 minutes. See the last little bit of the sun there going down. It's been a beautiful evening, been a beautiful day. A chilly day. Hovered right around what, 40 degrees-ish. This is a high temperature today. Not too bad. So 25 minutes for Alaska, 28 minutes for Iceland. I really don't think that's right. We've got Delta in 17 minutes, Delta 2782 from Boston, and A220 300. So we're going to have a little bit of a lull here before our last two planes of the night. Of course, we like to stick around for Alaska. Alaska, one of my favorite ones. We've yet to see it in 4K. We didn't see it yesterday, unfortunately. So that one will look really good in 4K. I'm ready for springtime. I don't know about the rest of you guys. Not just because of the weather, but because now with the new internet and everything, I'm excited to be able to see some of these liveries in 4K. Like Iceland. Iceland's always one of my favorite departures and arrivals. And they always, in the spring and summer, they always have the sun just right. So they always land right at golden hour, and the lighting for them is always perfect. And of course, Alaska's another one that I really enjoy.
We'll contact departure. Good day for 8272.
Yeah, I don't think those are 30 minutes out. I think they're a little bit closer. So a nice, beautiful sunset this evening. And by the way, okay, so let's see. Did anybody see the moon last night? I don't know where it's going to be coming up from. I bet we won't be able to see it coming up tonight. Will we? But it was shortly after I left here last night, around 6. I don't know. It was really high in the sky by the time I left here last night. I left here at like 6:15, 6:30, somewhere around in there. So maybe we'll see it. Maybe we're in the wrong location to be able to see the moon come up. But if you saw the moon last night, it was huge and beautiful. Very, very bright. So there's Ichabod hanging out. I don't know where the moon's going to rise from. I'm hoping we'll be able to see it. Hopefully it's not a new moon. Hopefully we didn't miss the opportunity. Oh no, yeah, it's still full. My watch says it's still a full moon. So again, hopefully it'll come up right where we need it to. I'd like to end the show on a nice moon shot for you guys. Yeah, so we're hitting that evening time lull. This is why we start at 6 o'clock on the weekdays. If you guys know, when we do our weekday shows, we start at 6. I probably could start closer to 5:30 depending on whether or not I get out of work. But it also gives me a buffer to get out of work and get over here. But we get this little bit of a lull right before 6 o'clock. I wish I could zoom out even further. Hold on. Take it out of DX mode. Check that out. The sun taking up the entire clouds right there. That's what I thought. I just couldn't remember. Can you stream at Baltimore one day? We've thought about doing that. Maybe when the weather gets warmer, we'll try to do all three. Baltimore, IAD, and DC. We've been talking about trying to do it for a long time. Baltimore, though, I don't know. Is there a good place to do a show at Baltimore, though? Can you do one from their parking garage? I don't think we're going to see the moon rise this evening. We're not in the right location for it. We do have a CRJ pushing back below us as we check out Mother Nature's beauty. Yeah, and that's before the TSA and all that. So I don't know if I want to do a show from inside. See, that it's like what we were talking about earlier. I've got a lot of research on places to do, and I've researched Baltimore before. I've also researched DCA. There's a shot that I would like to get at DCA, but I have a feeling it's on those apartments behind DCA, unfortunately. But a lot of research goes into each location that we go to, if we haven't been there before. Lots of factors involved with doing shows. Delta 2782, now 11 minutes out. Looks like we'll get Iceland and Alaska back to back. And again, we do have that CRJ. Can we see what they're doing in there? Gotta change the camera back now. A lot of windows open. Can't really tell what anybody's doing though. Can we get a view of the instruments? We used to be able to get a pretty decent shot of the instruments. Miss Carolina gifting out another Carolina Aviation membership. That one going out to Timmy Friend. Again, good evening, everybody. Got a few more minutes left in the evening here. Beautiful sunset, though. Man, I can't complain about that. Stunning sunset. Emmett, good evening. Good to see you. 16 minutes for Iceland, and our last plane, Alaska, 18 minutes. That's if Alaska comes in on this side. Hopefully they do. They typically do. Let's see what they decide to do. I think Iceland's gonna go over to the A gates or the B gates tonight. I don't think we'll see them around the corner. So once Iceland lands, I don't think we'll see it anymore, unfortunately. Because it'll go around, like I said, to the other. I should say it'll stay on the other side of Terminal 2. It won't make its way this way. Waiting on that CRJ to get a move on. Now in the trees. I would like to try to go out to Seymour Johnson, and as far as the schedule goes, I really haven't set one up yet. I'm really just winging it this week now because of the weather. The one thing I'm worried about going to Charlotte is, the parking garage, the top floor is going to be closed, which is okay. I can always just carry my stuff up and hope that there's not a lot of snow up there on top of the fire escape that we normally use. But we want to try to go out to Seymour Johnson, but I really don't think that they have the equipment to clear the runways, so it would be my luck that they won't be flying this week. The 1 week that I take off specifically to go out there. Not really, Ed. It's not the real reason we took this week off. Y'all know that. But I don't think that Seymour Johnson has any snow removal equipment, so I don't know if we'll make it out there or not. Got those exec jets coming in, getting cleared to land over on the other side. But I do know we'll be on tomorrow, regardless of where we decide to go or what we decide to do. Again, we're going to try to be on the air every day this week, regardless of what happens. This is a little bit of an experiment for the show. I know we're not running like super long shows like I would like to. I'd like to run, an 8, 9, 10-hour day, possibly 12-hour show. I think the most we've ever done has been 10 hours. But I think that's going to have to wait until summer or spring when we have a little bit more light and it's not 30 degrees out here. And again, remember, head over to Pip Hastings Aviation too. Make sure if you guys can throw him a little cash to make his way out here. I think he needs $173 to make his way out here for Valentine's Day weekend, the 15th. So we got family leaving here at 6:15 tomorrow evening. So I don't know if we'll be here for that. We'll see. I don't know. When I get home, I need to sit down and make some decisions here about the week. A lot of factors. Again, I mentioned it earlier today that I've been monitoring airports. Dulles only had 175 flights, which is all we had today. So monitoring them, monitoring wind direction. Wind direction is really important when we're talking about DC. Charlotte, the only thing I'm really worried about is the snow, right? Whether or not they've got 12 inches of snow up on the parking garage or not. Because unfortunately, unlike every other airport that we go to, they have so obviously we're down a floor. When you go to Charlotte, you can't come down a floor because they have these big metal decorative dumb things on the side of the parking garage. So you can't move down a floor. You have to be on the top floor there in Charlotte. And I don't know if it'll be a good idea to go out to the observation deck. I think it's, or the overlook. I think it's supposed to be closed for another day. I think it's going to be closed tomorrow as well. All right, so Delta 2782 from Boston, our next arrival. You can see Iceland and Alaska off in the distance. This is either Iceland or Alaska. I really can't tell. Maybe that's not. That's too close. Never mind. So Delta 2782, this is an A220-300, again coming in from Boston. 1 hour and 28 minutes of flight time for this one. So again, last 3 planes of the day right here. That's definitely either Alaska or Iceland. They're both right back to back. They're off in the distance. How close is Delta? Delta was a little bit further away than I thought it was, unfortunately. But it looks like it won't be completely dark by the time Iceland and Alaska touch down, thankfully. There we go, finally. Hey, Ramona, just in time. Capturing our last two planes. Well, last three, I should say. We got Alaska and Iceland up next. Those will be the last two of the day. Take it you had to work today, Ramona? Oops, wrong way. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. That pickup line is quite full down there. Who's clear for takeoff? Getting hard for me to see out there now. Here they come. I think that's a CRJ from a minute ago. Or is this one of the American Eagles? Looks like a Delta CRJ. Gonna get out of here right before Iceland's arrival. Camera's not too happy about that CRJ. All right, Iceland touching down. Hopefully Alaska's coming around this way. Iceland from Reykjavik. This one flying 6 hours, 11 minutes. 737 MAX. MAX 8 tonight. Leaving out at midnight, man, that's late. All right, now we wait for our last plane of the evening. Alaska 572. From Seattle, another MAX, this one a MAX 9. 4 hours, 9 minutes of flight time for the MAX 9 for Alaska. $640 likes. Thank you guys for smashing the like button. Here's your last opportunity to smash that like button here before we end the day of plane spotting. Again, we'll be back tomorrow Maybe here, maybe somewhere else. I don't know yet. We'll see. Today's only Monday. No, I didn't start at 9 a.m. I started at noon. So again, your last opportunity here to smash the like button before we call it an evening. An A220, but I don't think that's starting up. I think that is getting ready to depart. Let's find out where Alaska is going to go here real quick before we end the day. Iceland came all the way down. I didn't even realize that. We should have stuck with Iceland. So Iceland came all the way down. Alaska working on doing the same. So Alaska 572, pull off there. Yeah, so we, in the summertime, it's not uncommon for us to go 8 hours sometimes, some Sundays. But now, obviously, with the internet upgrade, you'll definitely see us here for 8 hours on the weekends. On Sundays. Maybe even longer, depending on what time we actually get here. So Alaska's going to go up and across the bridge. Thank you, Connie. Glad you enjoyed the show. Hey, we made it to 650 likes. That's halfway to our record. We've got 1,100 likes on one of our shows. That's the A220 sitting there. Nice shot of Alaska. Got one more departure. I think this is that 737, and then that will be the end of it. I don't want to give up one departure here. Might as well hit it. He's already on the move. Looks like a Delta 737. Him up right here. Iceland's going to come around the corner tonight because they don't have Air France in their way. So we got a couple more minutes here while we watch Iceland block in over there. So it'll be I didn't expect this. I expected Iceland to be over on the front side of Terminal 2. he had to turn his ident light off. Are you kidding me right now, dude? That's what I was going to end on, bro. What are you doing? Nice encore for Icelandair. Well, that is going to do it. I want to thank you guys for tuning in today. Again, we'll be on the air again tomorrow. Not sure when or where. I'll find out later this evening. We'll set up a show. We'll do it all again tomorrow. And we'll do it all again in 4K. Thank you guys for getting us to 652 likes. Greatly appreciate that. Getting us over 100 new subscribers today again. So thank you for that as well. Again, I hope you guys have enjoyed today's show, and we will see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody.